Well, it's day 3 here at the Rolex TP52 World Championship. Still no sailing so far. Things are looking up. We think we've got a decent forecast today. John Cutler from the Regatta. That's the story for the day, is it?
Yep, the forecast should be good after lunch. And up until 1 o'clock, it's probably not going to be much breeze, but scheduled to start at 1, and we should get away by 2 o'clock, I would think.
What's it been like for you waiting? I mean, obviously you're moving a little bit closer to the end of the season. You've got this nice, healthy points lead.
Yeah, it looks a healthy points lead, but as we know in this fleet, you're only 2 races away from being back in the pack. So it doesn't really make much difference how big the lead is at this point. I mean, it's a tricky venue here. It's light air at the moment, so we've just got to take it one race at a time, and we'll see how the points head up at the end of the week.
And how's the season been for you generally?
Yeah, we've had an incredibly good season for us. We've been just quite consistent. We've avoided a lot of the big mistakes that some teams have had, and we've just been ending up near the front each time. So it's been really good. It's been a great year.
Take us a little bit behind the curtain then with the Privezza team. What's different this year in this position? Just in terms of the crew mood and the motivation and the attention to detail, for example.
Yeah, well, last season we had Santi join us as a coach, and he really did a great work with us, really helped us focus on what's important, and from that we managed to sort of let go all the other little projects that had been holding us back. And then we had another couple of crew changes this year, and everyone's really focused, working together, and so far it's going very well.
And Santi's back here with the Privezza shirt on.
Yes, we're really pleased. He's managed to, unfortunately finish his Olympic sailing, but he came straight down after the Hague to hang out with us this week, and it's really great to have him.
What's he like then from your perspective?
He's so knowledgeable, but then he's also so positive and can go straight to the point, so we don't waste a lot of time talking around subjects. He can just say what needs to be said, and really helps us stay clear on what we're trying to achieve.
Great, thank you very much, John. Have a great day.
We'll do our best.
So that's John Cutler then from the Privezza, the circuit leaders. Now let's go and find out what the weather is going to do for the day.
Well, I don't want to stick my neck out and say there's going to be wind, but I think there's going to be wind.
What's the forecast?
Easterly, trending right into a useful 10 to 11 knots southerly.
How's the mood on board the platoon coming here after winning the Royal Cup?
Well, we sailed well a few days, and we had a bit of luck in the Royal Cup, so we're grounded, thankfully, and we realize if we're going to win here, we have to outwork the competition.
Is this a venue you know well?
I did the Olympics here in '92, and I haven't been back until last October, so no, I wouldn't qualify it as knowing it well.
Did you like it as a city?
Loved it. It's a joy to be here, and it was great when I was here for the Olympics, and it brings back great memories, so I want to keep coming back.
Tell me more about the memories then, '92.
We won a silver medal, got to sail with my best friend in the world, and part of the most successful U.S. Olympic team ever. What did we have? 1 gold, 7 silver, 1 bronze.
Well, there you go, Morgan Reeser talking about '92 and talking about the present day. Looking like we're going to get some breeze. Stuart Strully, 8 to 10 knots already on the race course. Big change, eh?
No, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I feel like I've been here for half a week and haven't seen any sailing yet. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these boats get out in the water and go racing.
And indeed, I mean, one of the teams that the pressure, as we keep saying, is on is the world champions, Quantum Racing. They've got this afterguard. They're still waiting for it to really gel, get into competition. So it's going to be a nervous day for them.
Yeah, you would think so. I spoke briefly with Harry Melgus this morning, and you couldn't imagine a more relaxed person.
Really?
I mean, really calm, excited about this whole project, just tremendously thankful for all the sailing he's been able to do this year. He said he's done 30 days, something like that on the AC40, and then, of course, what he's done here with the Quantum Racing as well. So, I mean, what a dream opportunity for a 22-year-old, and it didn't seem to be, too big for him at the moment.
A 22-year-old who's multi-talented in multiple different classes.
Multiple different classes, multiple different sports.
Really?
He's a state champion in skiing.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, in high school, Wisconsin state champion. So obviously a tremendous athlete and a great talent out here. So very excited to see how he does today. I mean, all that aside, you can be as calm and cool as you want, but
you got to get off the start line.
Yeah, you got to get off the start line, and you got to hope you go the right way. And the tactician, the strategist can sniff out the puffs, because I think it's going to be a tricky day.
When we talk about this is some of the best sailors in the world. We're all used to waiting for a few days in a row, but I mean the pressure really does mount up when you come to the precision of starting and making the first cross, the first choice.
Yeah, I think so. And you go through the routine, right? Every day, you want to prepare as if you're going to race. So despite the fact that the forecast has been pretty marginal the last couple of days, I don't think any professional sailor is going to go into the day thinking this is going to be a day off. You can't, if you get into that mindset,
no, of course not.
And then all of a sudden you do start racing, it can really impact your day. So, so that mentally getting prepared and then the letdown of not getting to race, that can wear on you no matter how many times you've done it.
Indeed, as say that's the word from the race courses. We have breeze about between 200 and 205 degrees, wind axis 8 to 9 knots, and so things are looking good to go somewhere close to on time. Anyway, in the meantime, the TP52 class and the 52 Super Series really are in pretty good shape. We know we've got 2 boats in build for next season. We've got teams or the potential new teams coming in to the circuit perhaps, and we've got good new teams having joined us over the last couple of years who've achieved a measure of success, great enjoyment. We caught up with the class manager, Rob Wheeland, just before the fleet went afloat.
We spent considerable time talking about 25 already, so I think they're not going to stop in 24. And the mood was good. Yeah, discussing possible new locations, combinations of new and old, of course, and good mood.
And we have some new boats being built?
Yes, 2 new boats so far. You never know if somebody sneakily is beavering away on another one somewhere deep down in New Zealand, but for sure 2 are being built at King Marine in Valencia.
Which is obviously good for the class and good for the longevity of the circuit.
Yes, every now and then you need new blood, new hope. And new things to look at and see what can be improved. And
what are we looking at for next season? We're going to the States.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that. I think the first time I was in Newport, Rhode Island was almost 40 years ago. I'm interested to see how it shaped up. I've been there since then, of course, but lovely city. It's all about yachting there, and that's where we should fit in, I guess.
Presumably you're very pleased with where the circuit is standing at the moment. We're now into the 11th year, going into the 12th year next year.
Yeah, if each year the number of competitors matches the year we are doing it, then we're in great shape for the future, that's for sure. But right now we have 11 boats, and that as soon as we're 10 or more, we are really secure.
So that's Rob Wheeland, the class manager. He's talking about the owners meeting that we had yesterday morning with the looking at the calendar for next year, but ahead into 2025. The potential, as we were saying the other day, to broaden out the scope a little bit more internationally. We've got 2 teams from Asia. The TP52 class looks pretty strong, pretty solid at the moment, doesn't it?
It's quite remarkable to see this longevity in this class and to see the enthusiasm. I think a testament to the original sort of parameters of the rule, that really, which after sort of a long time of boats being feeling like they were being sort of handcuffed by the rules, the TP52 class came along and really allowed people to seek out speed and enjoyment, and it continues to be that way today. The boats have steadily gotten faster, gotten easier to sail, and all that much more enjoyable. And the competition shows just the level of interest that remains. So, it's really great to see. 2 new boats. I'm really excited to see those come online next year and going forward.
Talk to us a bit about the here and now, the day to day. What's the approach going to be on this first day then of racing? We've now got a very compact program. We're talking about 3 races today, 3 races tomorrow, and 2 days, 2 races on Saturday, potentially 8 races over 3 days. What's your approach then if you're a top team?
Well, you have to be conservative, right? You have to be very careful today, especially in this light air, not to make sort of a race losing mistake, whether it's at the start line or off the on the first beat or even around a mark. These crews are so good, I don't expect you'll see any major boat handling errors in the light wind, but I think the pressure will be on the tacticians and the strategists and navigators to make sure they're picking the right side of the course, and then on the speed team to keep the boats moving. So it's the passing lanes. There may be a few more today because of the wind, but you certainly don't want to be in a position where you need to find one late in a race.
Indeed, you're talking about Harry Melges, a new face on board Quantum Racing this week, and will be with us on board in Puerto Portales in September, is Nico Sanfelice, who's a new young Italian navigator who's stepped into the hot seat on board Quantum Racing, and he's been on board. We've seen him all the time doing his homework. He's a little bit nervous, but we spoke with him earlier on, just before Quantum Racing went out onto the race course.
Yes, sure. I need to break a little bit of tension that I have inside to myself. So every day that we don't race, it keep going up. But maybe today is the day. Let's see.
How's the forecast looking for today then?
It's still light, but hopefully not as light as the latest 3 days. So at least some breeze to have some races.
Tell us a little bit more about coming into this team. This is the benchmark team on the 52 Super Series. A great step up for you.
Oh yeah, sure. It's a great opportunity for myself, and I want to give my contribution to the team.
And tell me, I think we now have 4 Italian navigators in the fleet. What's the secret? What is it in the water in Italy?
Oh yeah, sure. I call this the Italian mafia of the navigator. I knew very well all the other navigators. I learned basically everything from them. So now I want to beat them.
So there you go, 4 Italian navigators in a fleet of 10 boats. Stu, there's something they feed them in Italy, do you think, for these navigators? But I mean, Nico really is very much mentored by some of the older navigators who are all Italian. We have Bruno Zerilli on board Gladiator. We have Michele Avaldi and indeed Andrea Vicentini, both on sled, and also another one. Francesco Mongelli on board Allegri. So and it's a real enclave. He's talking about the Italian mafia of navigators, but he's under a little bit of pressure today.
Well, I'll let you guys use that term. I would stay away from.
He was very happy to use it.
Typecasting of certain nationalities. But I think the key thing there you say is the mentorship. Navigating on these boats or any boats is a very specific skill. It's not something you learn when you're sailing opties around. It's, it's a lot of. It's very technically oriented. You've got to know the boat's equipment. Especially during a race, if something happens or the system needs to be rebooted or whatever it is, you're the person who needs to do it. So there is a certain IT skill set there that is, pretty unique on board the boat. So the ability for Nico to learn from some of these more experienced people and for them to pass down their knowledge, I'm sure has been tremendous. And I'm sure that's why he's in that role he is now.
Absolutely. A very, very intelligent, young, bright, I think he's got a degree in aerodynamics as well or something along the line. But I think the key thing is they're big rivals on the water, but off the water, they're friends. You very often see them debriefing together in a corner with a cappuccino or whatever, and Nico's very much part of that group, albeit quite a bit younger. But a little bit of pressure on him. He's stepping into a pretty the benchmark team of the series.
Yeah, the one we talked about. This one thing about the navigating role is often the information you're dealing with is very hard. So there's not a lot of margin for error. As I said, when you're calling ships or when you're trying to predict the wind, people understand how difficult it can be. When someone says how much time do we have to the ley line, it's up to you to look at a screen and make sure you have that number right.
And be able to interpret it, perfectly. And it's an interesting one. I mean, it's interesting because we were just talking with Ed Baird before we went out, and he was talking about that role in particular. And he said it's all about the information in is only as good as the information out is only as good as the information you put in essence. But let's have a quick look at our little interview with Ed Baird, an America's Cup winner who has also won the 52 Super Series many times with Quantum and the World Championship title, and he's back with Phoenix. And this is Ed Baird.
Yeah, I mean, this is exciting to finally get out. It looks like we're going to race now and a couple of days of slowness, but we're ready for 3 days of intense racing to find out who is the world champion.
How does it feel to be back in the fleet?
Well, I love this fleet. I've been here racing these boats since 2011 and, with several different teams over the years, but it's always fun. Good racing.
What does the world title mean to you?
Well, as you know, we've gotten a couple over the years, and it's very special. It's interesting that you can go through the whole season and you can get second place in every event and win the season. but you can't do that in the World Championships. You either are or you're not the world champion.
That's a little bit about the Phoenix team and coming back into the team.
Well, it's a great group. They've been sailing together now for, I think, 5 years, and I think 3 different tacticians on board over that time, and a lot of water under the keel. It's a good group. They have a lot of fun, and I'm really excited to be part of it.
Yeah, it's too great to see Ed Baird back on board the Phoenix. I mean, we kind of misadvertently described him as a safe pair of hands, but he's very low risk. He's very laid back, but he's. I mean, you obviously followed him winning the America's Cup. What's he like as an individual?
Well, I think you see right there is what you get. That is Ed. He does not sort of turn into a different person on or off the water. He's always very calm. He's serious. He's intense about it. I mean, he's not going to be out there telling everyone how great they're doing if you're in last place. He will let you know. But I think he's seen so many regattas, so many series, so many programs that he has a very big perspective on this, and he understands it's a process, and he isn't going to sort of lose it over one bad shift or one bad start. He'll keep the team looking forward.
Indeed. I mean, and what's interesting, I think, with him, with the Phoenix team, was he actually really came in and started the team with the Platiners in the very, very beginning. He was on board when they started the program with the TP52 at the Copa del Rey, and then the program evolved to 2 boats, and Ed was very much involved then. So in some senses, his heart probably belongs with Quantum, but he's very much at home with the Phoenix team. So we're having a quick look underwater and. A cup boat for us to look at. How's it looking, Tor? Looks very much better than we've seen so far.
Yes, Andy, the breeze is in, and we've got a nice solid 8 to 10 knots, I think. The forecast was for it to come in and sort of start from the east and then swing round to the south, but it's already in the south. Now we've got about 200 to 205, and then it's forecast to be building. So hopefully we're going to have a nice breeze in this race, and then building into the second one. Most of the sailors I spoke to this morning were saying, it's hard to rely on the forecast. It's been wrong the last couple of days. We were kind of expecting a little bit more than there was. So maybe we won't see those higher wind speeds. But yeah, another thing that the teams are going to be thinking about is where our race course is today. So we're a little bit out to sea, whereas when they were practicing, they were sort of behind the seawall a little bit. So the current will be coming up the course from the south to the north. And yeah, lots of things to think about on this race course. I think I'm liking the right at the moment, and if they manage to get tucked in behind that harbour wall, then there could be some gains to make out onto the right. We're just coming up to being within 2 minutes to the start, and yeah, they're all fighting over that right-hand side of the start line.
Tor, what was the mood like as the teams left the dock? What did you feel the atmosphere was like after 3 days waiting ashore?
Well, it's a lot of pressure, isn't it? When it goes from, you miss the first day and you're like, okay, well, we've still got 4 days left, it's fine. But when you miss the second day as well, you're like, oh my goodness, right, now it's a 3-day World Championship. The pressure is on. It's anyone's game, really. The long game is there for teams like Regatta on top. But actually in this situation, if you come out and have a really good day today, and then you've got the momentum that you only have to carry for 2 more days, then yeah, I wouldn't be able to say where my money is this week for the World Championships, and I think it will be something a bit different for everyone to see. A 3-day regatta, lots of pressure.
It was interesting there, just to get a quick flash on board Gladiator with Guillermo Parada steering, and they're just back on board there. I mean, they're a team that could very much come through and win the title. It's all on, obviously, today with 3 races, but they have the potential there. Bruno Zerilli, their navigator that Tor was just talking about. Mowgray on the pumps there. And so, Stu, 50 seconds to go. How do you think it looks?
Well, I was curious whether Tor thinks that the boats are crowding down to this starboard end because the line is favored that way, or she thinks we're going to see a lot of people tacking off to the right side of the course.
I think it would tend to be the latter, but the line looks fairly square from what we can see. But this is where all the homework, all the intelligence comes into play with just 30 seconds to go. Seem to be a little bit Line Shire, though, our clock may be slightly out. We have Value in the foreground nearest to us, and Alpha Plus, the two Asian boats furthest towards the pin. 10 seconds to go.
It looks like Gladiator is going to be right in there at the committee boat. If their timing is right, they are going to have a great start.
Indeed, we have said a few times that Guillermo Parada is one of the best starters in the fleet, one of the strongest helmsmen, and they seem to have delivered a nice start.
Yeah, and there you see Gladiator attacking right away, so clearly they have a game plan to start the boat and get out to the right side. I hope the spectator boats are backing away.
Exactly, and that cup boat needs to get out of the road. Anyway, we're quick bows on shot of the Value. As ever, or as we have often seen, coming off the pin end of the line. Like to stay relatively low risk. Then nice shot there of Privetza in the middle of the group. Slightly bow back with Sled just above them. Allegri, nice start to weather of Sled. Not such a great start from Austin Fragaman on the Interlodge, having to tack away.
Yeah, the key thing for you will be, well, you see it right there, Allegri tacking over. You know, if with all the boats wanting to get to the right, having a bad start, your lanes to bail out immediately close down. So
that's right.
Now you're stuck with, you know, maybe doing another tack and another 3 or 4 tacks within the first 2 minutes of the start in light air like that. That's really going to hurt. Yeah,
for sure. Anyway, Gladiator to make that nice start, as Stu said, getting out to the right with good pace. Not really, haven't seen Quantum on the water, but certainly the tracker suggesting they didn't have the best of starts. Neither did Phoenix.
Yeah, Quantum is heading out to the right, Andy, sort of back behind there. They're in a tough lane, and yeah, it looks like they're attacking right now. So they are they've got some work to do over the course of this first beat. So you can see, you know, even in 8 knots here, these boats are fully powered up. Everyone on the rail hiking hard, and you know, going top speeds here. So
pretty solid start, I guess you would describe Platoon's opening in 5th, airing towards the right side of the track for sure, but very much the usual suspects off the line. We've seen Gladiator have employed this tactic quite often over the course of the season, and when it works they really have done well. Certainly kept it simple, and there we go. On board with them, Chris Hosking there at the back, keeping Guichet up to date with what he sees.
You can see Tony's taking this seriously. He's got on the rail hiking out.
No, he does. He's
every inch is going to count today.
No, absolutely. But Value and Gladiator are our early leaders. How's it looking with you, Tor? Presumably you're out in the left beside Value.
Yeah, we're on the left-hand side of the course here with Value, but I'm liking the look of Gladiator and Platoon over on the right-hand side of the course. Had a brief chat with Bruno's really the navigator on Gladiator this morning, and I'm not surprised to see them there over on the right. He was talking about the current, and the difference between the top left and right-hand corners was, you know, up to 0.5, 0.6, 0.7 knots, depending on how close in behind the harbour wall that he got. And then also with the breeze going right all day, he expected the right to be strong. So got a little bit of deja vu from Menorca, and you know, those starts at the boat for Gladiator, attacking quickly and going right, worked really well for them, and you know, they got a few great results from that. So yeah, a little bit of deja vu. Seems to be going well for them just now.
It does indeed. Value, though, seem to have an early advantage out on this left side, according to our tracker, but it is the extreme left and the extreme right, if you like. Value on the left, Gladiator to the right. Interesting to see Privetza scored in 3rd place at the moment. Didn't really get the best of starts. They seem to be being bounced around a little bit, but they are settling down and have a reasonable lane out on this left side, Stu.
There is something to be said for the clear area you can find out here, and if you can, you know, play the bottom left of the course and sail a little bit freer for the first half of the beat, and then make your way over the right to take advantage of that current relief you get over there. then you may find yourself in a decent position. Again, we spoke about the need to be conservative here, and sometimes sort of sitting in the back and following the herd out to the right may not be the most conservative call, and you can maybe get sort of a little bit safer course up there over here on the left side. I mean, it certainly looks like they were patient off the line. They had the lured start they wanted. They came out here. They waited for, presumably waited for the right opportunity to come back. They've done that, and right now their lead has been holding steady at right around 3-4 boat lengths. So they may be in the right spot.
They may indeed. There may be more pressure offshore, as we quite often find in this race course, compared to inshore. Inshore, you would tend to expect the starboard tack lift, but looking at Gladiator just now, they're not super powered up. Perhaps a little bit less breeze. Also on board with platoon Harmuller Spreer steering Jordi Calafat there, sitting beside Vasco and discussing what they see, looking inshore, seeing whether they like the wind pressure. I still feel there's perhaps just a little bit more offshore.
Yeah, presumably few people know this place better than Jordi Calafat, right?
Well, yeah,
the Olympic medal here, and
that's right.
Done, I'm sure, done a lot of sailing on a lot of boats in this body of water.
Yeah. And I think Vasco's done a fair bit as well. I feel they're very much more the kind of intuitive sailors, Vasco and Jordi. And I think their combined talents will obviously, as we saw, really coming to bear in Menorca. And just chipping away in the kind of mid-fleet at the moment. But I think it's going to be a few minutes before we see how the right really does play out. But still, we see Value on this left side, Gladiator on the right. Allegri quite nicely positioned there, more towards the right. But great shots with the Catalan capital behind the fleet. Beautiful backdrop. One of the real reasons we come here.
Value was in talking with some of the shore team around here. At least two people mentioned to me they felt Value was the fastest boat in light air. Slightly older design.
Yeah, that's right.
A little bit less wetted surface on the boat. I'm not sure sort of where the breakover goes from light air to heavy air. We seem to be getting right into it because these boats are powered up with people hiking. But it seems to be living up to its billing right now.
Indeed. I mean, they do sail it very, very well. You can't overestimate the talents of Nick Rogers and the team on board.
Yeah. You can see across here. You can see Quantum Racing, obviously trailing a little bit, but they have a lane right now. And and at this stage, that's really what's important is just the ability to sort of sail in undisturbed air and see if you can grind teams down a little bit. You can see the inner lodge here has been unable to find that lane, sort of going off to the right, and so they've been forced to come out, and now they're the leftmost boat at a time when people say you want to be over on the right side of the course. But test case of really what's working here will be to see how those guys turn out.
But as you say, still Value still looking quite solid. Gladiator getting out towards the starboard tack lay line, I think, Tor. You still offshore with Value. The breeze seems to be, I would still say, slightly stronger out to the left offshore.
Yeah, it's hard to say, Andy. I think it's a little bit up and down here. We're out on the left-hand side with Interlodge, and I've seen them powering up, but then also changing gears down a little bit, trying to get a bit more speed out of the boat. But the teams on the right-hand side seem to be starting to tack, and I think that's when it's going to start to get interesting here. Because if there's some boat-on-boat action, some port starboards, and teams are going to have some big decisions to make, whether they keep going or they take a hitch in towards this ley line. They're quite far right now at this stage in the game, and this is where there's going to be big gains and losses made.
We see Gladiators come back here. Also see, at least according to the tracker, some interesting movement sort of in the middle of that right side. Quantum appears to be, if not sort of leaping up the leaderboard, moving closer to the boats. Maybe decreasing the distance they are behind, which. Really at this stage, right, if you have a tough start and you get ping-ponged around a little bit, maybe your best hope is just to be in the game when you get to the top mark.
That's right.
You can't expect to pass everybody and suddenly vault into first place. But if you can get to the mark within a certain distance of the leaders, 100 meters or something like that, 150 meters, then you still have a chance to make some passes downwind or on the second beat.
I did one or two.
Well, let's see, look at this. Now we're seeing Interlodge here, according to the tracker, really back in the game. That would be quite interesting if they were able to. So if that situation holds, clearly we're seeing either a shift or some more pressure off on the left side.
Reserve judgment at the moment until they settle, but they are quite far out to this left side.
Meanwhile, Vayu still holding on to that lead and getting themselves into a sort of a position where they're really able to control the fleet. They've really committed to that left side early. They've only made one tack on this beat, which of course is going to be quick, and they're getting in a position here where they're going to be able to figure out what they want to do with the boats coming back on starboard, and whether they want to attack below them and lead them out on a shy ley line, or get out in the ley line themselves and set themselves up for the rounding.
Interesting. I'm just seeing there on board is Juan Villa, who's on board as navigator on the, I think.
It looks right. Yeah.
I saw him around the boat park. It was Ian Moore before, but obviously Juan was with this team last year and is huge local hero and local knowledge, native of Barcelona. America's Cup winner and Ocean Race winner.
Just up the road in Valencia, he won the Cup twice. Well, sorry, once up there.
Anyway, he knows these waters as well as anyone, but
it looks like Vayu just crossing behind Gladiator right now, Andy. So Gladiator, the right has come good for them. They've taken over the lead, but Vayu appears to be in the top three still.
And Platoon as well. Fascinating, really. We're learning as we go in some senses, but a good start from Gladiator off the committee boat end of the line. And one team which do have some work to do are Provezza, the circuit leaders, who are down in 7th for the moment, but we have seen that before. But it's all really a question of passing lanes and whether there's the opportunity to make gains in this fairly gentle 8 to 9 knot breeze. Just watching how things evolve at the front of the fleet between Platoon and Gladiator.
As we close in on this mark, the next decision will be how you want to proceed down this run. Tor, you're out there. Do you think with the right side seeming to win out on this first beat that's maybe current related, and the teams will be heading out to the opposite side of the course downwind?
We'll wait and see whether that happens, but looking good just now for Platoon. Victor Mourinho there at the back of the boat on the runners, very much the accelerator pedal, if you like, controlling the rig and the shape of the sails.
Right, every position out there is just so crucial on these boats.
Completely.
No matter what you're doing, runner guy, ideally the trimmers aren't even calling for it. He's anticipating the shift and easing or trimming in advance of the wind even hitting them. So that really, I think when the boat is going well, it's almost sort of telepathic.
And it is certainly with that team. They've done so many miles together. Certainly in terms of the speed team with Victor, Cheese, Dirk de Ridder on the main sheet, Ross Halcrow, the trimmer. Very much now on the starboard tack ley line. I feel that
the tracker would have them at least the leading group to be a little shy. So it seems like we maybe have one more tack, unless we're seeing something different. Maybe Tor, if you can see it out there, do you think that these lead boats are on the ley line, or they got another tack or two tacks to get across around the mark?
Yeah, Stu, I was just thinking about that. I think maybe there's a little bit of tide against them here. I think it was quite a difficult ley line to call, and obviously Gladiator decided to sort of lead it in here. I reckon that they might have attack in this still, but it kind of depends how much current they have against them here. I think they're just enough around the corner that they will have some. So yeah, certainly if they're not then the rest of the pack are all over.
Some beautiful images here right off the beach. This is when the breeze is in, remarkable to be able to sail this close to a sort of a major urban center like Barcelona.
The Olympic port in the background there.
Yeah.
Quantum then, they're furthest out to the right. They're certainly, in terms of the tracker, they're not well positioned, but I think in terms of positioning relative to the fleet,
you know,
they're on their line.
Yeah, they maybe if they're on ley line, they will save 2 tacks, which you know that's going to get them back, you know, a length or 2, which again puts them maybe more in contention than where they are now. So, you know, probably wasn't very comfortable to get out there. A little painful to get out to the ley line that early, but it could end up just you know, again,
take the pain a little bit early,
bringing them back into the fleet, back into play, giving an opportunity to make a move down here on the run. You know?
Certainly, you know, in that sense, I'd rather be where they are just now than perhaps where Preveza are.
Yeah, Preveza is going to have to weed through a lot of traffic coming back, find a place to tack on that ley line, and they got to do 2 tacks. But of course, I think that's the case for most of these boats here. You know, it only looks like the back 3 boats there, Interlodge, Alpha, Phoenix, Quantum, are anywhere close to the ley line. Maybe Allegre. All right, here we go. Here's a cross for first place here, right? Looks like Platoon will be coming in just behind Gladiator. Yeah, pretty even there as they ease to get around the back of them.
Quite fun, a little rivalry, of course, between so many members of the old Azura team on board Gladiator and Vasco on board Platoon.
So the smart move there by Gladiator, right on top, attacking there so that they can control the situation when they come back. If if Gladiator goes too much further, then you're allowing a Platoon to take the starboard advantage, and when the boats come together again, you're likely going to be having to duck.
Yeah, certainly advantage seems to be with the Gladiator in terms of positioning.
Yeah,
slide not too far out of it, but we'll have another tack to go.
Yeah, you know, and if you're Gladiator, I mean, you never want, that's not sort of the ideal position, but you're not going to be there very long, so you just need to carry the mark, and you can see it looks like they're going to be, Platoon going right into attack.
So it looks like Gladiator leading around the mark first, Platoon potentially in second. Still got a little bit to go. Watching Preveza coming in from the left, taking a little bit of pain in the meantime. The breeze seems to be a little bit spotty, a little bit up and down. You see the angle changing with the velocity. Allegre there having to tack in front of Preveza.
Yeah, and right into a big duck. That's a bitter pill for those guys. They were in position and just a few meters off the ley line.
But correspondingly watching Preveza just having a few moments where they thought they might get in there, but having to duck as well. But they will probably get round potentially in 5th. Anyway, bow number 4, Gladiator, Tony Langley's team leading as they have done, as Tor rightly pointed out, a couple of times or a few times in Menorca. Same tactic, tacking off the boat, going out to the right, leading around the top mark. So it's not something we haven't seen before this season. Platoon round in second. Many would consider the form team of the moment. And I think a third round is Allegre. Really, really strong, cohesive team at the moment with Will Ryan and Nick Asher. Francesco Mongelli is the afterguard. Andy Sariano steering. Just a little bit of a gap there, Stu, between Platoon and Allegre, and that could make all the difference.
Yeah, well, I think given Allegre had to do those last 2 tacks there and the duck, actually seems like it turned out pretty well for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing we've seen often with them. They start fairly modestly and seem to be able to get themselves into good positions through the top third of the beat. Then Value coming round in 4th, Crevezza 5th, and Quantum, Sled in 6th, Quantum 7th. And Alpha Plus then Sean and Tina Kang's team from Hong Kong in 10th. Very much a learning season for them, their first season with the 52 Super Series. Of course, their boat is the old Luna Rossa. Phoenix in 9th. It's very much a straight lineup coming down this run tour. No opportunity to drive off early. As Stu said, I think the current with them now, you probably want to be a little bit further offshore. A little bit of on board with the race leaders, Gladiator. Tony giving his input and evaluating what the breeze is doing. You can hear Bruno Zerilli, the Italian navigator, giving his input.
This is where a navigator really makes their money, because you're going to be, I think ideally stretching out and then doing one jibe into the leeward mark and nailing that angle is absolutely crucial. So determining sort of how you're going to come back and how the wind, a little bit of a puff or a lull can really change the angles, and all of a sudden, what looked like a solid ley line may not be. So it's working with the strategist, trying to figure out what sort of wind is coming down the course, how that's going to impact the ley line, and then making the call when you want to jibe, and doing it in a way that you can sort of get away from some of the boats in front of you, because each one of these guys would if you're right behind a boat, right, there's a great opportunity to jibe with them and then maybe pounce over the top of them and just sort of get one rung up on the leaderboard.
Indeed, and we were talking earlier on about the trust that, for example, the trust that Guillermo Parada puts in his navigator in Bruno Zerilli, and of course they're a great little unit themselves. Won the Super Series 4 times with Azura, and I'm sure, as Stu was just saying, when it comes down to putting your faith in your navigator, then I think with Guige, he would put his faith in Bruno every day of the week. Platoon just slightly inshore, round about the same.
In a strong position here, just off the leeward hip there of Gladiator, which means they can really wait for Gladiator to jibe and then decide whether they want to pounce on them or they want to continue on. So that's the helmsman sort of trimmer combination downwind here, working on where the actual the lowest angle you can sail but still keep the speed up is so crucial, and they appear to be doing a very nice job. Just get up, here goes, looks like Gladiator going into a jibe.
Let's see where their platoon respond.
Oh, look, it looks like they made platoon was going to pounce on, so Gladiator goes back. A little bit of a dummy jibe here. Interesting. They obviously willing to sacrifice a little bit there just to keep their air clear.
But nice one, Well,
I had not seen whether platoon actually jibed or not.
Platoon don't seem to have fallen for it anyway. Again, you love that little mind games between Guige and Vasco, for example, and Bruno.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah, as I said, Stu, just after the top mark, that lead between second and third has really opened out, and this is increasingly, for the moment, becoming a two-boat race.
Well, when the racetrack is as one side as this one appears to be right now, it is tough to find some passing lanes when everyone is going right down the thing. You know,
we're clearly having one or two little issues with the trackers and the signals coming in off the race course, but
jumping around there. Well, so it looks like Platoon did jibe fairly early, which allowed Gladiator to now sort of be sailing in sort of what we say breeze behind there, right? So they're free behind. They should be able to carry sort of their own wind down to the mark, putting them in a good position. You know, Legre, Vayu coming out toward that ley line here. I imagine we'll see both of those guys heading back shortly. You know, and we see also coming on this ley line here, Quantum and Phoenix. You know, I think in this situation, right, where you're, you know, that far behind up to, you know, almost a quarter, half of a kilometer, you know, really you're starting to think about how you can salvage just a sort of a mid-fleet finish here.
That's right.
It's just every point counts. So you want to, if you're in sixth, you want to go to fifth or fourth. You know, if you're in eighth,
that's
you
always
want to go to
been
sixth.
That's always been Quantum's strength, turning a sixth to a fourth, and Terry will always tell you want to be fourth or better in every race, and that's what wins you regattas and championships. But so they are chipping away. They're, I think, still sixth. The leg race tracker is a little bit marginal by the looks of things.
Yeah. When you have that, when you pick the right side as Gladiator did, and you commit to it, and it comes out right, you know, the race can be, I wouldn't say routine, but you know, puts yourself in a pretty comfortable position as you're sailing sort of in your own breeze most of the time. And maybe sometimes the best races of the regatta for a winning team are going to be the ones, like you say, where they turn a seventh into a fourth or a fifth, or a sixth into a third.
Oh, definitely.
You know, just save a few points. So you do that enough times, and you end up winning. Because every team here will get it right one race or not, and have those good races.
But sure, at the moment, the Gladiators, the team that took the initiative off the start line, starting with a beautiful timing and got off to the right. Interesting, you know, comparison with, as we're talking about, Menorca, where it was very often right-sided, and some teams were coming in 4 or 5 seconds after the gun and still taking the advantage out to the right. I don't think that'll be the case here. Certainly not in this breeze. But Tor, the breeze seems to be fairly steady at 8 knots, if that. You know, it doesn't seem to be any thermal enhancements so far. How's it looking, Tor?
Yeah, we've got a pretty steady breeze, and actually not so many sort of big puffs, you know, that people are making big gains in. So it's all about, you know, keeping the boat going and carrying that speed. And actually everyone's been minimizing maneuvers down this run because jibes are so costly. But it'd be interesting to see if Gladiator lost in that little dummy jibe. I think that Platoon pulled off a really nice jibe there and kept going, and obviously Gladiator will have slowed down a bit as they came down. I would imagine that Gladiator is on the ley line for that left-hand gate, looking down towards the gate, and after that upwind there, I'd expect that they're heading right again, both teams.
Yeah, if it worked the first time, it's in this sort of situation, you'd expect it would work the second time around as well on the beat. And you know, so hit the right-hand gate or left-hand gate looking downwind, make a left turn around that mark, and go right back to what won you that first beat. Although Platoon does seem to be quite a bit closer than they were earlier in this run. Again, the trackers, there is some issues with the signal, so they're bouncing around here, but you've got Platoon inside of 2 boat lengths behind. Probably not enough to influence Gladiator, but now we say that Gladiator appears to have jibed on the ley line for the right-hand mark looking downwind. So, yeah, Platoon way inside there. So Platoon has looked actually will be the first boat around the marker. So we have a lead change here with Platoon and Platoon potentially taking the favored right side. So a very strong run there for Platoon. And you do wonder whether Gladiator is going to regret that dummy jibe.
Dummy jibe, yeah.
Yeah, cost you a little bit. Platoon didn't seem to fall for it too much and just was able to go sail fast. So almost dead even around there. So we'll see who tacks first. Be an indication of who got the side they wanted out of that situation.
I would say for sure, perhaps a half a knot more breeze than there was off the start line. And we are seeing a little bit of build in the breeze, perhaps. But as Stu says, Platoon round in first, Gladiator second, Allegri still in third. Not such a great mark grounding, I wouldn't say, just a little bit slowed by the looks of things in this overhead shot. Value still very much in the mix in fourth. Crevettes have made a gain from fifth to fourth.
So we saw Allegri there in third, right? The tracker seems to be a little bit wrong there, right? But so they came around in third, despite what we're seeing on the leaderboard.
Yeah. I mean, Quantum not a great mark grounding really, Stu, are they? They seem to be slow out of the mark.
Well, yeah, but if you're looking at Quantum and you're thinking chip away, they did, right? They picked up a spot or two here. Oh, look at that. We have a couple boats rounding there. Oh, tough mark rounding. Seems like Alpha Plus sort of just inside there and not particularly great rounding there for them. And Phoenix, Alpha Plus and Phoenix sort of tangling around that mark. So we see Gladiator coming back to the right side. So, you give the advantage there to Platoon around that mark, but Gladiator is now tacked and will be looking to sort of close down the distance and get on terms there with Platoon on the right side of the course.
Just a little bit tough, as I said, with clearly a problem in the tracker with Allegri. Allegri's, we're sure, are still third on the racecourse tour. You beside Allegri, or can you update us on their position?
Yes, Allegra are in third at the moment on the right-hand side of the racecourse, just behind and slightly to windward of Platoon.
Sled just tacking underneath Provezza. A little battle going on as we're watching Value coming across from the left. We think still in in fourth really, behind Allegri, just as if by magic.
Provezza's had a solid race. I think we saw them as far back as 8th or 9th earlier in that first beat, and they've been able to chip away. I think Hamish Pepper.
I think one of the things, we talk about their lead, they can't afford to think about that and be too conservative, and I kind of wonder whether that's maybe what their approach was coming off the start line, the way they positioned, and they're just trying to be a little bit conservative and think about preserving the lead rather than trying to go out and win the regatta, which you still have to do. That's probably attack is the best form of defence in terms of a lead there, without banging corners and pushing the risk too far.
Right, you mentioned 19 points they have in the
18 points.
18 points the overall standings, and we think there's 18 races left.
That's right. But as Cutler said on our little preview, just saying, well, you're only 2 races away from the back of the fleet again. 2 bad races and that's gone. So If you take that mindset, that's very true, but I think you'd really have to keep pushing. As all very well saying, we keep doing the same as we've done so far and it should work out, but they're also been regular, solid starters, good starters. Again, one of the, in some senses, one of the advantages of a pro driver like an Olympic medal winning and America's Cup match racer, John Cutler. A nice little battle going on then between Gladiator and Platoon. Really not very much in it. But the fleet is quite spread out, Stu, now, and we can see these aerial shots.
But one of the things we know about this fleet, right, is everyone is really competitive. There's not sort of a bottom half of the fleet. So if you find yourself in 8th, 9th, or 10th,
you can't guarantee you're going to get past.
Yeah, you may have to roll the dice a little bit on the second beat. And while the right paid off on the first beat, stranger things have happened. It doesn't take much of a wind shift or a wind increase to swap that advantage around. But it wouldn't be where you place the safe money bet, but not out of reason.
But they all look very relaxed on board. I mean, obviously fully focused, but quite relaxed on board Gladiator. Our little interview with Simon Fry we ran yesterday was quite insightful, just saying it's a happy, strong team. Everybody finding their mark and enjoying the season and what Guiget brings to that program.
Yeah, that comes from the top too, right?
Yeah.
Someone like Tony that just loves sailing the way he does and can't seem to get enough of it on wherever he has boats.
And I think
that carries through to the crew, for sure.
And it's been a big change for him to relinquish the helm, if you like. But he said, when you have somebody of Guiget's caliber and a proven winner who's won the title 4 times, then he's given up the helm to learn. He's first across the boat and first out on the rail.
Well, just a little bit of blood there on one of those trimmers. Even in light air, these boats can leave a mark. One of the things you'll see here on these boats, right, is that the sort of the lack of line. That even though we know how long some of these lines are, the spinnaker sheets, the jib sheets, the runner tails, and
they're all down below.
Yeah,
below.
They take up drums. Take up drums down below. They just load them all up.
And there's Chris Husky putting the tail of the.
Yeah. It really is.
Runner down below.
Yeah. But it just makes things that much cleaner, right? Easier to sail and less likely for mistakes to happen, things to get jammed, sheets to get tangled, little sort of kinks to come up and at the wrong time. It just can turn a good race into a bad race pretty quickly, one of those.
So Platoon leading, Gladiator. Platoon are, I think, the team which are second on the season standings. So all the time clawing a few points back on Preveza.
Platoon very solid this race, right? They've just been grinding. We're able to have a great downwind run, and now they appear to be stretching away a little bit, taking advantage of the choice they made. It just goes, we came down there and it was, meters, right, between those two boats, whether Gladiator could get across in front and get that jibe in, or they were going to get bounced outside, and Gladiator had to take the offshore gate mark, pushes them out to the right side, even just for a little bit. They have to wait for the fleet to go past before they tack, and that turns into what we now have is a 6-7 boat length lead. And they just seem to be extending all the time. So really taking advantage of whatever is helping them. There's current relief on that right side.
And I think for sure they've been quick. They have this new keel package this season,
and they've been quick in these light to moderate conditions.
Yeah, I mean, as they stretch this lead out to 100 meters, you know, it's going to be hard to catch on this race. And you look down the low and maybe see where you have some battles that are going to come down to it. You know, just, you know, maybe a boat length between Preveza and Sled for 5th. You know, American Magic is within a few boat lengths of them in 7th, so you know, that's achievable for them. Other than that, it seems to be sort of the pecking order seems to have been established for this race, especially with what we saw in that last run where it was very much a parade into that left-hand corner looking upwind. One jibed into the finish.
So, Tor, what are you seeing at the moment? Presumably you're on the left of the course looking upwind.
We're just heading up to the top marks, just checking out to see who's close to those ley lines. I think Platoon are pretty close up there. Really nice beat from them there in the second half of that run. They made some really nice gains just down the bottom half. I'm starting to wonder whether that was a dummy jibe from Gladiator or whether they had a little issue and had to jibe back quickly, because they did seem to lose from it. And then Platoon have just kind of played the cards right, took the favourite gate, and then headed it straight out where they went on the first beat, out to the right. And now they're not far off of the ley line, and it looks to me that they've got a nice little lead on Gladiator. There's some battles going on further down in the fleet as well, and actually we've got quite a few teams a bit more to the left on this beat. We've got Quantum and Interlodge out here on the far left, and then Alpha Plus are not getting away from Phoenix. They're not letting them get away from them. I think that's their focus, and they're trying to get in there. Allegre are still just below Gladiator. I'd have them maybe 3rd, 4th. Vayu doing quite nicely out on the right hand side of the course, with Preveza just behind them too.
Indeed, but that lead for Platoon looks fairly solid for the moment. Question is whether Preveza can get back up through Vayu. Watching Phoenix come through the shot in the background there. So Platoon then, as I said, the winners in Menorca last month, and they know how to win the World Championships. They're 2 times Rolex TP52 World Champions, winners in 2017 in Scarlino and in Menorca.
You know, this is just the sort of way you want to start one of these World Championships, right? Not only is it and we're not going to get ahead of ourselves here, but Platoon, they're winning this race now, and it's a position they've earned. They didn't sort of make one call and jump out to the lead. They had to fight their way through the fleet there. Then the first beat, and then fend off or get past Gladiator on the run. So, you know, that tells you a lot of things. 1, you're making some smart tactical calls, and 2, your boat seems to be moving well.
Yeah.
You know, I think if you were situation where you separated from the fleet and picked up a shift and came in first, you're happy about that, but you're still wondering how well you're going. And I think Platoon probably comes out of this with a fair amount of confidence, in addition to whatever score they're going to get.
Indeed, a load of talent on board, and said they know how to win. Certainly know how to win World Championship titles, but they have been on the circuit podium, I think, 4 or 5 times, 2nds and 3rds, but the overall title has eluded to Harmuller Speer so far, and that his primary goal in life, pretty much. As said, he's one of the 2 owners who's building for next season.
Yeah, and look at the nice call on that ley line by that team there.
Yeah.
You know, nailed that. They're going to come in here, and then, you know, get the ability to sort of make those calls, and you just continue to sort of pad your lead, right? You add a couple meters here, a couple meters there, which you know, the sort of thing you can gain when you're out front. You can see Gladiator going to put in a couple more tacks that will cost them a couple lengths.
That's right, good call. The navigator, of course, on platoon is Jules Salter. Great talent, very understated individual. Very low-key.
So there we see platoon going around the mark. Presumably you'd expect sort of a similar approach to the last run. Set and continuing straight down on starboard.
I guess. I mean, I think we're fairly sure there's a little bit more positive current offshore. For sure, no incentive to jibe inshore.
This looks like a leg right coming in there. They're going to set up, play a little defense here, and attack right in front of the fourth place boat, which we believe is Value.
Value, yeah.
Oh, actually, you know what? It looks like that may be Provetza coming in there in fourth. So really solid race from Provetza here to turn what was a deep finish into potentially something a lot better.
Yeah, I think they were fifth at the top mark, fifth at the lower gate. Anyway, Platoon and Gladiator, Allegri. A few times this season we've seen little downwind tussles between Allegri and Provetza. Hamish Pepper very much on form at the moment.
Battle shaping up there right between Value and then Sled basically overlapped with them as they came around that mark. And then, you have Provetza just a few lengths in front. So there's that's a contest you want to watch. We say fourth place is the sort of the average you want. And there's 3 boats right now that within, a couple boat lengths of that position.
Quantum round in 7th. I think there's obviously they're just kind of learning their marks, as it were, in terms of the afterguard on that boat. But I think as many other sailors in this fleet will attest, I think the level, the universal standard level in this fleet has gone up a little bit since Terry was last in the fleet. And as Stu was just saying, there's no easy passes. I wonder if you can say, yes, the target is to just keep chipping away and taking a place here and there. That has become increasingly difficult in this fleet.
Yeah, and while this won't be it may not be the race Quantum wants, very likely won't be the race Quantum wants.
But it's kind of, in essence, it's almost like a practice race because they haven't really been in competition at this level together before. So not discouraging in any way.
No,
a learning process.
This is the sort of race where one mistake, they didn't appear to get off the line very well, and they've been on the back foot ever since, and fighting. And it's just no one gives you an inch in this thing. There is no sort of easy passes, as we've said. So if you're 9th or 10th off the starting line, passing 5 or 6 or 7 boats to get to the top 3,
especially in an 8-knot breeze, it's not like it's 15-20 knots and you can pull in a couple of puffs and you're back in the money. So anyway, all credit to Platoon.
And look, you see Platoon there once again on that lower line. They showed that the first run. They definitely have a sort of a low mode there that allows them, and that's in this sort of breeze where it's light and you're sailing sort of VMG angles, sailing fairly hot angles downwind. You can sail a couple degrees lower than everybody. You can see it right there on the tracker. Just they are 2 degrees, 3 degrees lower than the rest of the fleet. It's such a powerful situation to be in. It makes it hard to.
No, it's fantastic. I mean, you talk about that, and it's just interesting when clearly the changes to Platoon with the terms of the keel package and everything else is one of the quickest boats in the fleet, for sure. And he has a new boat coming from Batoons for next year.
Well, you've seen this fleet before, Andy. When you have a new boat, I mean, when you have sort of a situation where you have 1 or 2 new boats come into a fleet of existing boats, is it You know, is it?
I'm guessing
speed right away, or does it take them a little time to get?
It's kind of the whole point. I'm guessing the iteration will be less pronounced than previous generations, in which case it should be kind of easier to come in at speed. But the key thing for us next season is that we start early May in at Palma Vela. Now, traditionally, Palma Vela would be a training regatta going into the season, you know, at 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks before the season really starts. And so it's going to be quite tough for the guys with new boats to get them up to speed for the first regatta, and then have this break as the boats are shipped to the USA. So it's going to be fascinating seeing how they work them up in the early part of the season and perform in Palma Vela.
You can see Provezza there. You know, we're used to the shots of these boats with everyone sort of in the back, crowded in the back, getting the bow out of the water. But in this light air, everyone's forward. Right? No one's even. We just have one person aft the helm there, which is pretty unusual downwind in these boats.
Yeah. So on board with the circuit leaders, it's Hamish Pepper and Collie Parada here coming back to the aft grinder.
Yeah, giving a little pump on that main there. Yeah. Actually, he's probably imagining.
So Collie, as we've said, was of course a strategist on Azura for many years. Just opposite sides of the track just now with the Vayu appear to be fourth, but I think this is about the long-term gain down this run, perhaps for Provezza and Hamish Pepper and the afterguard on Provezza. But as you said, Platoon really have stretched down this run, over 200 metres clear, and you'd have to say that's a fairly ominous statement for the rest of the fleet at this stage. First race of the 2023 Rolex TP52 World Championship.
Yeah, and we are expecting some more breeze later in the week, so
yeah,
a few more knots and things can change dramatically, right? People will be stepping out of the J1s and J2s, or even the J3s pretty quickly in the jibs, and looking at maybe going from the 1 to the 1.5 spinnaker. So,
fingers crossed.
Yes, right. Yeah. don't want to predict the breeze. This has been super cooperative to this stage.
Just watching this cross with Quantum and Phoenix coming back into it a little bit, up to potentially up to 7th, but again, all these little rivalries that go on.
Well, so the picture we're missing here is Sled, which appears to have dropped off the track a little bit and maybe pull back. But we expected them to be right in that mix there for 5th, 6th with Quantum and Vayu.
Certainly 6th at the weather mark.
Yeah. That's all those boats.
But there they come. Sled with the foils on. Vayu inshore then. As usual, anybody got any questions for our expert team? Post them on social media. We'll try and answer them, if not today, over the course of the next 3 days of racing, or today and the next couple of days of racing.
Where is this expert team you speak of?
Not too far from me. I could touch them with a short stick. They're all racing at the moment. But yes, indeed. But yeah, as I say, any questions, post them on Instagram, Facebook,
A few little prizes for the best questions. I think breeze has picked up just a little bit, perhaps. One or two little shimmering white caps. May just be my eyesight.
Maybe Tor's out there. She could let us know what she's seeing in that breeze.
Guys,
go ahead, Tor. On you go.
yeah, I think the breeze is just starting to pick up. There's a nice little puffs coming down the right-hand side of the course, and Phoenix and Sled, I think that is, are just a little bit lower and more sort of powered up coming in from the back, but it's not enough for them to make any significant changes, I don't think. But Platoon have managed just to wiggle down this run. They've extended their lead even further on Gladiator. Gladiator actually in a little bit of danger from Allegre behind them.
From board, we're looking at Platoon there, Gerda Habermuller there, the powerhouse grinder, just with the mirror shades on. Austrian former Olympic bobsledder. Javier de la Plaza, the downwind trimmer there in the middle of your picture. And they're sitting down forward is Jordi Calafat, of course, won his Olympic medal here in 1992 in the 470, and Platoon then come through the finish line to record the first win of these Rolex TP52 World Championship, the double world champions, laying down the gauntlet. Tor.
A super impressive win.
Yeah, what a race for them. Yeah, solid start. Gladiator had a really nice start and headed out to the right with Platoon. Platoon hung in there for that first beat with Gladiator just ahead of them. But really it was, making sure you didn't make any mistakes and minimizing the maneuvers, really. I think Platoon probably did the least maneuvers and a couple less than Gladiator on that first run. And then, then they went to the right mark, and it all just kind of played out from them for them from there. They had a nice second beat up out to that right-hand side and just kept putting the meters on Gladiator and have just led down that last run. Great win for them and an awesome start to the World Championships. Just got to keep it going.
Indeed, then Allegre then also pretty solid. Third at the top mark first time up. They've hung in there all the way around. Nice boat speed.
Oh, I had them at fourth, actually, top mark of Allegre. Oh, no, sorry, you're right, third. My fault.
And Bayou coming through for fourth. So really, actually, the only significant place change among the top four is indeed Gladiator losing out to Platoon. But just watching, it will be a fifth for Provezza.
Here we got a battle here for sixth place here between Quantum and Phoenix. Looks like Phoenix has the edge here, but will be very close.
You love these little rivalries, where Ed Baird, ex of Quantum,
he's not implying anything there, Ed.
coming through and will just pip Quantum on the line. Considering Phoenix were, I think, ninth at the top mark first time up, then they're the team that have done the chipping away, although we have got Sled. Appearing Phoenix then gets seventh, eighth for Quantum. Interlodge get ninth, and it'll be 10th for Alpha Plus.
Yeah, staying hydrated is going to be crucial today for these guys. Long day, hot day, 2 more races expected.
So it is the double world champions, which open with the win. Harmuller-Spears platoon, winners of the Royal Cup in Menorca, and as we said, the team which are probably just coming on the boil in Menorca have a long way to go to overhaul Preveza for the circuit title, but they are contenders very much. Really, in the early part of the season, platoon making too many penalties and too many mistakes. I think if you cast your minds back to Saint-Tropez, for example, there was hardly an evening where Vasco wasn't coming along to see the umpires to complain about something or other. And I think now they've managed to settle these problems down. Just Vasco there at the back of the boat, just chilling out, lowering his blood pressure momentarily.
And they did pick up 4 points on Preveza there. I mean, that's nearly 25% of the advantage.
Exactly.
So
I mean, I think this is
I think what John Cutler said earlier, about this, that lead being hardly insurmountable, I think is proven right here. It doesn't take too many of those races to chew through that.
Indeed, we've seen Preveza have been pretty steady, but they've also had one or two down results, poor results, which have always managed to bounce back from, and not often really into the last day. They've been very strong on the last day, but they need to get themselves into position. So that's just one race. So there is the race results then. And provisionally then, platoon win, Gladiator second, Allegra third, Value fourth, Preveza in fifth, Sled in sixth. Sled, of course, the 2021 world champions and circuit winners. Phoenix, runners-up last year in seventh, now with Ed Baird. Quantum Racing in eighth, Interlodge in ninth, and Hong Kong's Alpha Plus in 10th. And just a quick update, as Stu very cleverly noted, that Preveza lead dropping just a few points relative to platoon. So there we go, just to run through it. Preveza 116, platoon 131. So 15 points of difference. Quantum 145. Gladiator not far behind. A great season for them, really, by comparison to previous years. Gladiator up in fourth and 149. Challenging for the podium. Sled not too far behind them at 149.5. Allegra 156. They've been a little bit up and down. Value, Paprec, Interlodge, Phoenix, and Alpha Plus. So that's the circuit standings after that one race. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll come back in a few minutes. We're on a pretty tight schedule for today. I think our principal race officer, Maria Torrijo, will be trying to get races off as quickly as possible. So as Stu said, it's time to hydrate. Very quick debrief, and we'll go back racing, and I think we'll do the same. We'll join you in a few minutes.
So welcome back then. A race win, first race win for Platoon, the double world champions, putting the number one on the scoreboard for the first race. We're already inside the warning signal for race two. Breeze is very much similar to the first race. We still have maybe 9 knots of breeze from around about 200, 205 degrees. Wind axis or the course is exactly the same as the previous time. And I think Platoon and Gladiator very much having shown the shape of this course. Let's see what happens in this second race, Stu.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether the advantage that we had on the right side there holds. We did see maybe that a little bit, even maybe more pressure there because we had some boats coming down that last run and making a little bit of a pass on the right side of the course. So maybe there's some pressure there that's adding to the current advantage. But Tor's out in the water. Maybe she can give us some perspective of what she sees out there as we go inside of 2 minutes.
That's right. Tor, how's it looking out there? Breeze is very similar to before. Seems like the fleet is shaping up on the start line.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we might have a click, 1 or 2 knots more than the previous starts. We're on the starboard end of the line, and yeah, it definitely feels like a little bit more. Unsurprisingly, we've got Gladiator furthest to the right, looking to still keep that right strong, and then Platoon wanting to be on this side of the course as well. Actually, quite a similar lineup to the last start. We've got Interlodge coming in. The left-hand side of the line heading towards the pin with Value and Phoenix. So yeah, it's going to be Gladiator doing their famous starting at the boat and probably tacking off quite quickly, unless maybe they decide to stop some other teams from getting out to the right and really starting to control that start. For me, Alpha Plus and Value and Phoenix really nice and close to the line down at the pin end. We've got just under a minute to go now.
We're just seeing middle of our picture is Interlodge Gladiator coming in towards the committee boat end of the line at 30 seconds or so to go. Quantum Racing tacking up below the group, trying to find a slot. That's a difficult one, Stu, isn't it?
That is a challenging spot, and it indicates that maybe they didn't get their time and distance calls right in the lead up there, because you could see the boats were lined up from a long way off and pretty much going upwind from a minute on to the start and just heading right for that line.
May not be terrible though.
No, they're gonna if they want the right side, they're gonna get it here, because they're gonna go right behind Gladiator.
Gladiator would of course tack in their face at final seconds, but
now they're going to be in a tough spot here, because they're really going to be pinned out beneath Gladiator. Oh, they're trying to wiggle around the committee boat there. Some nice maneuvering there by Harry Melgus, but he's got his work cut out for him here.
Certainly a flag call, but nothing given at the moment. But Gladiator probably in a slightly better spot at the moment. And again, I think, as Stu said, probably having to keep the bow down, just build speed, try and not get too sucked into Gladiator. Not a bad start from Interlodge next boat to weather.
Yeah, they just forced off Provezza there, so that's going to be, means they were in a relatively strong spot. So this will be a situation where Harry Melgus is going to have to earn his money here. It's the boat is to windward of him. Gladiator a little bow out, and they're really in a position where it's going to be a challenge for them to get out in front of Gladiator and force them away. So they're going to have to hold on here and just go as fast as they can.
Indeed, and as we were saying before, many times probably the best helmsman in the fleet, or one of the best helmsmen in the fleet. He's up against 4-time circuit winner Guillermo Parada.
Yeah, and you see remarkable. It was just a brief shot there of Guillermo Parada, but see how little he was moving that wheel. I mean, he has it exactly where he wants it, and he's not going to move it too much. The boat's perfectly balanced, and that's when a boat is going its fastest, when you're not moving the rudder. As much as the helmsman's job is to steer the boat, sometimes the best thing you can do is just hold it in the center.
Let it have its head, yeah. But looking like a pretty strong start from.
Well, you see how these boats
as well, just the weather,
boats coming off the middle of the line. Maybe the line was a little bit favored to the left side there, because it seems the boats down the line seem to be in better spots than they were last time in this position.
I'm sure that having seen how that first beat played out, the Maria would add a little bit of port bias onto that line. But Platoon nicely off the line, more towards the middle of the group. Quantum and Gladiator dragging out to this right side along with Interlodge. And Provezza didn't get the start they wanted, and are, as Stu said, bounced away by sled. And I think perhaps just this small early advantage on the left, sled looking good. On board now with Phoenix. I think had a better start. They're up in fourth in the early stages of this race.
With the last race, the boats that started at the committee boat end seemed to have both the right side of the course and the right side of the line. And in this race, it may be more of a split decision where you had to choose between whether you wanted to be the rightmost boat or you wanted to start sort of at the advantage on the line. And it could maybe makes the first beat a little more interesting with a few more opportunities for those boats that are more to the left. But you can see Sled right there in the middle is out to the early lead. Platoon again going very well. Phoenix right up there. They're further toward the right. Alpha Plus as well. And sort of the left. Sorry, those boats are both on the left. Started down toward the pin end of the line. I mean, they weren't at the pin, right? They were sort of halfway down there. And no one quite down at the pin yet, but.
But for sure, I think perhaps, as Tor said, just a knot or two more wind pressure, certainly more powered up than when they came off the start line last time. The Platoon nicely positioned the winners of the first race. Sled to weather. Sled 6th through the line on the previous race.
Here we have Quantum Racing and Gladiator.
Yes, Philip.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Tor. Sorry, Tor. We just lost Tor.
Yeah, I think we lost the comms there, but see Quantum Racing still.
Andy, no, I think you've got me there. Yeah, we've got Quantum Racing doing really, really nice to hang on in there with Gladiator. You know, what looked like could have been a bit of a bad start there. Actually, they managed to start on port, on the line, you know, maybe a few seconds late, and actually wiggled out of that situation really, really well. And all credit to Harry Melges and the team there. They're really hanging in on Gladiator, and they're pretty much, you know, even speeds and holding bearing as well. Platoon in the middle of the course just doing really, really nice there, just starting to extend. They obviously had a little bit of a, they took a bit of the bias, but also got right early. And I'd say that they're doing really well in there. Kind of a little bit on their own, clean air, really got the pedal down and flying up this beat. We've got the whole fleet coming out to the right-hand side. I think you have to get quite far in before you start getting that little tidal gain that Bruno was talking about, but I imagine that we're going to see them all basically come to the ley line again. But as you said, with the little bit of pin bias, I think it's going to be even closer up this beat than it was in the last race.
Sorry, Stu, yes, you were...
Well, I'm just going to agree. I'm going to agree with Tor on that one. I think she was spot on.
Absolutely. But just loving this little duel between the Quantum and Gladiator.
Yeah,
Time Sled quite nicely positioned to weather off Platoon.
Right, we look at this battle. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of it, but right now, you know, 7th and 8th place between these two boats. Quantum does appear to be able to get out and having a nice advantage, which sort of I think you got to tip your cap to Harry Melges and the speed team there, because they were not in a great spot off the line there. And Gladiator, you know, I think the question here is, you know, was that, did they sort of try to win the battle but lose the war there? And maybe they would have been better going a little bit longer, controlling the fleet and then taking that shot out to the right when they had a little bit more room and could sail a little more freely. But they've been locked in this battle. And I think, you know, sometimes those individual battles can bring out the best in a team and be good for you, but sometimes you spend too much time focusing on one boat and you lose the focus on the rest of the fleet. Right now, the boats in the middle that are a little bit more on their own seem to be winning this race.
Indeed, Phoenix up there this time had a better start. And just the weather of the two boats were there, we see Sled and Platoon.
Yeah, oh, and here goes. So Gladiators tacked away. They're now getting sort of blocked by Interlodge, and they're in danger of having to do exactly what they didn't do last race, which was a lot of tacks on the first beat. And meanwhile, Sled really strong. You know, didn't quite see exactly where they were on the line.
A little bit higher than Platoon for sure, just a degree or so. Certainly hoping a little bit more separation.
As we watch Interlodge going back at Preveza. A fascinating close race up this first beat. Sled really have quite a nice lane there, don't they?
They do, and I think the boats you want to watch out for, I think, are going to be Alpha Plus and Phoenix, and how they interact with Platoon, Preveza, some of those boats coming in from the right side. They're in a strong position here, and right now that's Platoon. We can just see Phoenix there, bow 2, and Alpha Plus bow 46. They're coming across. The umpire is getting into position. They may have a call here they have to make to see who's going to.
Platoon going back on starboard, I think. Yeah, quite a strong position. Their election to go back.
Yeah.
It's difficult to see it because the angles, obviously, in the long lens are not absolutely what you're seeing.
They do, but the fact that Platoon tacked there, as opposed to sort of maybe pushing those guys away, would lead you to believe they did not have much of a.
No,
they didn't even have really a piece of Phoenix, because if you had the chance, you probably would have squeezed them away. And
the Platoon going back.
Looking at the tracker, you're seeing a bit of a right shift here on Sled, so that may be why Platoon did those 2 tacks. They went back onto port, realized they were able to use that, bow down, and then realized they couldn't stay there in a bow down position, and fought back onto starboard because they were on the ley line.
Bit interesting with the potential right-hand shift where we're starting to see a little bit more thermal breeze. But credit to the Phoenix team so far, and Sled, but good to see Phoenix very much in the mix in this race. Nice start. Tony Norris on the helm of the Phoenix, as he has been at most of the recent regattas. Still hoping for and expecting a return of Hasso and or Tina Plattner at some point. Hasso was rumoured to be coming, but Tony does a great job, and of course steered the boat to second place on the circuit last year. They have Platoon contained for the meantime.
Quite the start here to this race by Sled.
Yeah,
sort of in the center of the line. They had to have nailed it. I can't remember exactly where they were on the line, but they found it, have gotten everything right so far. Now you got Preveza getting in there with Platoon. Platoon is in a maybe a bit of a precarious position where they find themselves sort of around a lot of other boats and not controlling their fate at the moment. We've seen them. This is the 3rd or 4th tack they've done in the last 2 minutes. Usually not a sign of things going the way you want.
Indeed, just losing out just now to Preveza. I don't think they'll be able to live there for too much longer, but they have Interlodge above them as well. So as Stu said, a difficult position for Platoon just now, the first race winners. But Sled very much dictating terms to the fleet, with the lead of 75 metres for the moment. And Murray Jones, tactician on the Sled, bringing them back to the right. I think as much to control the fleet while they can.
Sled would appear to be tacking on the ley line here. It's sometimes tough to tell exactly, but they look like they're setting up their final approach. And we're on board here with Phoenix as they come in, and they're solidly in second at this point in this race and in a good position. Something interesting you're seeing on the tracker here, Andy, is and I don't know if Tor sees this out there, but Vayu, which is the leftmost boat, appears to be pretty bowed down on starboard. Maybe an indication that breeze that had gone right is now coming back to the left and could shake things up a little bit here.
Let's watch that.
That Vayu trackers just has them tacking. Very, very interesting to see how they stack up as they come back into this fleet. You know, at the last race, it seemed so cut and dry.
Yeah.
This race does not seem to have that same characteristic. The breeze seems to be maybe dancing around a little bit. Tor, are you seeing some more shifts out there in this race?
Yeah, Stu, it's super shifty coming up the top here, and like what an awesome beat. I think the only team that hasn't really been bouncing around, having to tack and duck is Sled, and actually they've made some gains there. Vayu's just coming in. I think we'll probably slot in just behind Phoenix maybe, so putting them up there in that top 3, 4, 5 boats. But yeah, there's definitely not over the top half of this beat. There's a nice little shift to be had on the left-hand side, and Sled here at the front. I think they are on lay. They should be able to make it up there. There's a little bit of current against them. I can see our mark set bots working hard to stay in place. But yeah, Vayu, I think, will just slot behind Phoenix, but have done a nice job out there on the left.
Indeed, also credit to Provetsa just chipping away off the start line, looking in a much stronger position than they did in the previous race, and gaining some of these points potentially back against Platoon. I think this is going to be an interesting top mark rounding. But Sled almost 100 metres clear.
The fleet is so competitive, it's so tough. Even when things are going well for you the first half of the beat, it can turn against you so quickly. A shift here, a shift there, and it can be so hard to call. And, balancing how much to tack and the tack loss against the gain you get from being on the favored tack for a couple lengths or a minute or so is such a challenge, and one of the hardest jobs. The hardest decisions these tacticians and strategists have to make.
But I mean, you're talking about the breeze shifting around. In the first race, seemed to be fairly settled, and you tend to be lulled into a little bit of false sense of security, thinking that's the way the breeze is going to be, and certainly it's moving around just now. But anyway, Takashi Akura's Sled round the top mark in first, with a good little lead, probably 100 metres or so. They'll be at the offset mark before the second place boat round, which is Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix, nice beat by them. Provetsa as well to come in third here. But look at the fleet coming in there behind, almost stacked up, one on top of each other. It's going to the sets are going to be crucial, in establishing your position on the first quarter of this run will be really important. And Gladiator, which rounded the first mark first in the first race, looks like they're going to round the first mark last in the second race.
And having a big duck to get there. I mean, that's the way of it just now. But and again, Phoenix, who a little bit deep on that first beat of the first race, up there in second. Big confidence booster for a team which has been certainly first couple of regattas really underperforming.
Yeah, and there's Alpha Plus, who struggled last race, coming around in fourth. That's just the sort of recovery you need.
Just ahead of Vayu, Platoon in sixth, Interlodge, Allegre, Quantum, Gladiator. So again, straight bear away set for all the fleet.
Again, that probably has something to do with the positive current.
Let's see what Platoon can do here on this run. You know, they were tremendous last year when they were a little bit by themselves, able to sail a little bit lower and take advantage of it. They're in a position where they could really use that low mode right now, get them in a position to potentially jibe on one of the boats in front, one of them, and make a pass here.
But for sure a tough one for Gladiator, as you said. Leaders round the top mark race 1, 10th round the top mark race 2, and also really pretty tough for Quantum.
Yeah, Quantum appears to have broken with the fleet here, along with Gladiator going off to the, back to the right side here for this run.
For sure, a little bit more wind pressure than we had for race 1.
Still in a pretty hot angle here, though. I mean, you can see the main is very, very closely trimmed. All right, spinnaker tight. The jib down on deck, usually indication it's not all that windy.
So how's it looking, Tor? We're seeing this run perhaps a little bit more open than the previous race. Watching Quantum coming down the left side with Gladiator.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more open. Everybody's starting to come over to the left quite a lot earlier. The shift must be in favour there. Really, really interesting to see. The top 3 in this race were totally different from the top 3 in the last race, and actually 2 of the boats in the top 3 going round the top mark in the first race were in the bottom 3 in this race. So what a start to the World Championships. It just shows you can be at the top in one race and then at the back in the next race, and it's really going to be those teams that are consistent. And actually, we might not have talked about them that much in the last race, but Sled, consistently in the middle there and up there at the front of the pack in this second race. It'll be really interesting to see if we get 3 races in today, who, the scoreboards, and whether it's the teams that have stuck it out there and got a first place, or actually just the ones that have kept it consistent. Regatta, credit to them up that beat there, really stuck in and came around it nicely. And yeah, Phoenix as well fought their way up the board a bit in the first race, and actually those couple of races could have made a lot if they do well in this race too.
Indeed, we'll see. I wonder whether our superstars from Geo Racing can give us predicted standings as the positions stand at the moment. But I reckon that Preveza, Platoon and Sled would probably be almost tied on aggregate points, were positions to remain the same to the end of this race. But that's a very quick guess.
Looking at the speeds here, Andy, and it's not the sort of the ultimate determinant of success on the run, but the boats down on the right side, they're Gladiator and Quantum going quite a bit faster than the boats out on the leading the regatta, and out to the left there's Sled. So maybe an indication of more pressure. Maybe they're sailing a little bit hotter, but there may be something out there to that will enable these boats to get back into the race.
Indeed, looking at Preveza then, breeze is pretty decent. So there we go, as we said, yeah, Preveza 7 points, 8 points for Phoenix, Allegra 9 points, Value 9, Platoon 10, Sled 10. That's the provisional standings if positions were to stay the same at the moment as they are, but we're only on the first run of the second race. We're looking at navigator Nacho Postigo.
keeping a bearing, I guess, on Phoenix out to the right, monitoring that bearing. One of the few sailors in the fleet to race in bare feet, as he always has done.
Yeah, I think there was quite a few bare feet on platoon last time.
Oh,
Vasco and
really?
Harm, and at least one other person there, all over. You have those nicely padded decks now. They don't have the old non-skid of old that sort of chewed through about any skin you had.
So there we go. Well, it's interesting. Let's see how this plays out. We're talking about the left side. It just seemed like Phoenix appeared to have made a small gain out to the right, but it's maybe transient. But platoon for sure. A little gain to them, as Stu rightly pointed out, seemed to have the downwind speed to be able to sail just slightly lower. A fascinating race, really.
Yeah, I mean, these standings, of course, here, sled is not in 10th. We believe they're still leading this regatta by all accounts, so I think
we would hope so.
They'll come flying up here in a second on the foils, as you say, Andy.
Yeah. But we can see them there just ahead of Phoenix.
Phoenix seems to have done a nice job here holding the advantage, or not holding its ground close to sled, putting themselves in a position to maybe make a move on the next beat.
And just jiving,
keep the pressure on.
Keep the position relative to Privetsa.
Yeah.
All credit though as well to Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus round the top mark in fourth, and I think probably still fourth on the water. These little these moments, when they're in the fleet, in the peloton as it were, really buoy the confidence and increase the enjoyment of a team which have only just joined the circuit this year.
Yeah. When you talk to some of these new teams that come on the circuit, what do they say is the most challenging thing to get right? I mean, where's the learning curve the steepest with these boats?
The learning curve is generally getting off the start line, but tends to be the boat on boat stuff, and when you get into traffic, that's the big where the gains and losses are made, and occasionally boat handling. But I mean, they've been sailing TP52s for a few years now at home in Hong Kong, so they're kind of big picture boat handling is generally pretty good, but it's this real small scale head to head stuff. The mark groundings, positioning on the marks, particularly holding your own against the big teams. But anyway,
pretty conservative takedown there by sled. Yeah. They got that kite down early, got it tucked away. The leeward mark is the most dangerous place, right? Any little error there is magnified, because anything you sail past the mark, of course, you've got to sail back up to it. Yeah. So you can see a much more aggressive takedown there by Phoenix. They've taken that spinnaker down as they pass the mark. Oh, and I think we're seeing one of the reasons why you want to be a little more conservative with it. Yeah, that's going to cost them a couple lengths and actually drops them down into second here, because the boat rounding the other gate here, Privetsa, I think you're now going to see them in second, and Phoenix quite slow. So.
I mean, it is kind of uncharacteristic of a Phoenix, but not good for them.
And look at this lineup here. 4 boats coming in, almost overlapped here. Right at, again, that middle of that fleet, where the difference between sort of
so you've got platoon on the left-hand gate mark, looking downwind, coming around at the same time as Alpha Plus. Look at the boat handling there, and the crew coordination. Really perfectly timed, although a little bit stalled coming out of the mark with an umpire boat. Yeah,
it's a nice pickup here for American Magic. They're not. They may not be something you see too much on the scoreboard. They're in 7th now as opposed to 9th, but they've gotten a lot closer to the boats there. They're not maybe in a position to pass Sled or Phoenix or Privetsa, but getting themselves to 4th is a possibility here, and that's the sort of improvement you want to see.
Indeed. But I mean, less than a minute between the top 5 boats, albeit 3 on one side and 2 on this side in terms of going round the marks. As you rightly pointed out then, Privetsa getting past Phoenix because of that drop.
And Alpha Plus still in 4th, Platoon 5th, Bayou 6th. Quantum Racing getting themselves kind of into the matches as well in 7th. Allegra then, of course, 3rd in the first race, down in 8th. On board with Platoon.
Sounds a little bit windier.
It does.
But I mean, you know, the boom still sort of just almost a tick over center line there. You know, these things sheeted in super hard. I mean, we're still not a lot of depowering going on right now.
No, still probably in 9 knots of breeze. I'm not sure they would be into double figures, perhaps. Great shot then. Harm Muller Sprayer's team. Winners of the first race, presently in 5th. So their key thing for them is trying to get, well, they've got Alpha Plus and Phoenix out to their left. But credit to the Provezza team as well.
Maybe we can get some perspective from Tor on how this second beat. Do we see the same sort of shiftiness you saw in the first beat, Tor? There are going to be some passing lanes out there for some of those boats that may be coming around in the back half of the pack.
Yeah, definitely. There's certainly some shifts going on out here, and also I think that left-hand gate looking downwind was a bit favoured. To me, it looked a bit further upwind than the other, and actually the first 3 boats went to the right one, because I think, you know, that's the one that they kind of laid. But I think we're going to have seen some gains there from Provezza and possibly Platoon. But yeah, I was really chuffed to see Alpha Plus holding on to that 4th place around the bottom mark there. I heard the owner saying, you know, their goal this season and this week was not to be last. And wow, 4th for that. He's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when you're new to a fleet like this, I think what you're looking for, absent of obviously coming in and really having some strong performances, is just, you know, the idea that you know you can be there and you can play the game, and maybe it doesn't happen every race, but the races it does happen will give you confidence that you know, there's some puzzle pieces and there's some growth that can happen, and you can find yourself, you know, mixing it up regularly with the top teams. So, you know, if they can hold on to it, and that's a big if, because there's a lot to do here. It certainly will be a solid finish for that team. There's, we can see Provezza and Phoenix. The tracker has them almost bow to bow, which may be a good sign for Provezza, because after that mark rounding, I would have said a good sign for Phoenix. After that mark rounding, I would have said that Provezza had the advantage. They rounded it at speed, maybe on what Tor says is the favored mark, and going toward what has historically been the favored side so far. But Phoenix salvaging things and hanging on.
So anyway, good to see for the Phoenix team. Of course, weren't with us at the World Championships, or sorry, at the Royal Cup in Menorca. Did the first 2 regattas of the season, finished 9th in both of them. So maybe this could be the mark of a little bit of a turnaround with Ed Baird back on board. As we said, the team which finished runners-up last season, with Tom Slingsby calling tactics. And looking at Provezza then tacking back out on starboard, pointing at Sled, who really are quite comfortable leaders of this race.
Quite the veteran team there Takashi Okura has.
Indeed.
And done quite a bit of sailing. They were in Newport not long ago with a very active 12-meter campaign. I didn't quite end up with a world championship. I think that went to Challenge 12, a local boat with Jack Lafort, but I believe they were second, and obviously just did a ton of sailing there. So even though the boats are quite different. I mean, the 52s weigh about 20% of what a 12-meter weighs. But time on the water is certainly always good. And when he has the same team, he sort of brings back and forth. They just continue to develop that team cohesion and synchronicity.
Very much the grandmasters, as it were, in the on the circuit. And Don Cowie, another, and Rod Davis, winners of silver medals here, wasn't it, in '92? And always love coming back to. We had great stories from Don when we were here in October last year about what Barcelona was like during and immediately after the Olympics and their celebrations. And I think Barcelona, a very special place for them. And of course, the captain, Murray Jones, 5 times winner of the America's Cup. It's a great little, great mix, really, of the 2 Italians, and Michele Avaldi and Andrea Vicentini. Michele won the circuit with Quantum Racing. Didn't fit, unfortunately, didn't fit the profile for American Magic, being older and Italian. So he's moved to the sled, where he really fits in nicely as a tactician, strategist, strong tactician in his own right, a very good top navigator. So backing up Andrea Vicentini. And then you have Murray Jones, who actually steered sled in 21 when they won the circuit title in the World Championship.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the importance of a navigator, and obviously you want to have someone who's technically proficient, but when you have a navigator who also is just a top tactical sailor, their ability to give the tactician the information he really needs at any moment is so crucial. And knowing sort of if you were in that spot what you'd want to hear, and then relaying that information, it makes the tactician's job that much easier.
So we'll see. Sled have yet to win a regatta this season, but they were very strong contenders in Scarlino. Faded a little bit at the end, as did some of the other teams. That was when Preveza came to the fore again on the final day, as they did in Saint-Tropez. Nice little duel going on between Platoon and Alpha Plus. Platoon potentially up to 4th, but let's see. How's the breeze looking, Tor? If anything, maybe Phoenix getting back at Preveza just a little bit. Seem to be quite close there.
Tracker would seem to have this being a pretty easy cross for...
Yeah, breeze is pretty solid in here.
Back on board with Phoenix then. Chasing sled, Tony Norris there on the helm. Paul Wilcox on main sheet. So they've opened out a little bit of a gap on Preveza, considering, as you said, they went round the... actually, Preveza ended up being ahead of them at the lower gate, didn't they? Just with that drop. Seems like Phoenix have potentially recovered coming up this beat.
Yeah, I think they picked something up as they definitely were. They were slow and just a little bit behind Preveza at that leeward mark. Went out and then tacked on to port tack, and whether they just had found the right gear or a little bit more pressure out there, they pulled back ahead, back into 2nd place. So
it seems like Platoon are fairly steady in 4th, according to the tracker, getting through Alpha Plus.
It's a little shot there of Jordi Calafat on the rail talking with Vasco what he's seeing the breeze doing. Gladiator, you'd have to say, kind of rolling the dice a little bit. Bit of an up and down day for them so far. Second in the first race, now in 10th. I think these are the tough moments, Stu, for a team like Alpha Plus when they're up in the top half of the fleet, top 3, top 4, and then it's kind of the inexorable slide in the second round when they start to lose a boat here and there. That's when it's really difficult to hold your position, or indeed try and take places, but I think they are pretty close with Platoon.
There's Sled, but leads out almost 200 meters here. They just keep pushing forward, which that's what we saw last race as well.
Yeah.
You get out in front, and if the breeze is a little shifty, the ability to sort of pick your way up the beat and tack when you want, where you want, is just going to allow you to extend past here. In Quantum Racing there, you know, they're not necessarily in a position yet where they can pass Platoon, but they're getting closer and pulling back a good bit after a very difficult first beat.
Well, it's only 30-40 meters according to the tracker. Could be an interesting second run.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Gladiator. As you said, they did roll the dice. Sometimes that works out. When you're back in 10th in this fleet, you know, the idea of sort of grinding past all these teams to get 8th, you know, I think in a normal fleet you probably would say in sort of a larger, more mixed fleet, you would, you know, not be as apt to roll the dice and pull a flyer, as we say. But I think here in this fleet, you know, why not?
Indeed.
And it looks like it may be paying off for them, but still a ways to go until they converge with the fleet, and we'll see what happens.
Nice overhead there. The Sled then leading with a comfortable or relatively comfortable ley line by the looks of things. A little bit to go. Torres looking good for Sled coming into this top mark, second time up.
Yeah, they've managed to hold on to that lead and potentially extend it a bit more, just because Phoenix and Regatta have had a proper little battle going on up this beat, and Phoenix were forcing some tacks in there for sure, and have managed just to edge away from Regatta. And actually, they've got you know, a good maybe 30-40 meters on Regatta now. So yeah, really nice work from the Sled team, and then also from the Phoenix team who were down there in that first race, and now up in second place with what looks like a nice gap behind them. So all they got to do now is get around that top mark and go chase down Sled. But I think that's going to be a hard feat for them.
So it would be, they were 7th in the first race, were Phoenix potentially second. It's going to certainly put them in the top 2, top 3, the way things are looking at the moment. The Gladiators, you said, Stu, coming actually in from the left quite nicely with pace, and may be able to get round ahead of Quantum. It's certainly in contention.
I think here we are on Phoenix here. As you see him going around the offset mark here and going down the run, I think that you're probably at this stage with the advantage that Sled has, you're probably playing defense here and trying to preserve that second place more than you are trying to go after first, trying to make up that much ground on Sled. I think that's a bit of a tall hill to climb in the space of one run,
especially in the breeze. But and correspondingly, I think Preveza just comfortably ahead. It's getting closer here.
Boy, look at this lineup here.
This lineup coming around the top
Alpha
mark.
Plus, you mentioned, and it looks like they're not going to make this mark, and they're 4th at the last mark is going to suddenly be a 10th here before they know it. Quantum Racing with a nice comeback into 5th here. A very solid race. Gladiator into 6th. Good comebacks for both of those boats after that sort of getting the wrong side of the first beat.
It's a little bit of a gap between Quantum and then Gladiator Allegri in 7th. Value Interlodge and as you said, Stu, unfortunately 4th to 10th is the medicine for Alpha Plus.
Yeah, it just hurts, right? You feel for it. It's I mean, there's at this level, no favors given.
No, absolutely not. You're kind of feeling good about yourselves for the first time for a while, and then you get a little bit of a kicking at the approach to the top mark. And there's quite a big gap really between 1st and 10th now. Anyway,
it is so tough when you have all those boats together like that, just trying to sort of forecast the chess moves ahead. You know, you've got to be that sort of master strategist that's sort of thinking where everyone's going to move and how you're going to position yourself.
Yeah, exactly, and it's trying not to give anything away by getting up to starboard tack ley line too early, which is a safe move, but then the stakes are so high if you don't that if you end up being closed out like that, suddenly you're taking 6 sterns. But anyway, there's the projected standings after this race. If positions stay the same, would be a platoon leading on 5, Sled 7, Gladiator 8, Privezza 8, Phoenix 9, Allegra 10, Value 12, Quantum, Interlodge, Alpha Plus. So that's if things stay the same as we see at the moment.
We did see a little bit of a gain for some of the boats that tried the right side of the course on that last run. Interlodge currently the only boat going out there. Right? Oh, actually, no, sorry, Quantum Racing going back there. They were one of the ones that made the advantage. Made some gains down there. We thought it might have been due to a little more pressure based on the boat speeds. So, you know, Quantum looking for more. Terry is not playing it safe on this race. He's eager to get right back into the top of the standings.
They really don't have too much to lose, do they? Anyway, let's watch them in 5th coming down this run. Certainly seem to be quite nicely powered up compared with, it's hard to tell, but
just if you're looking at the crew position, right, you oftentimes can base the wind speed on where sort of the crew is positioned in the boat. They're still fairly forward in the center, sort of focusing their weight there. Indicate it's well, if there's more breeze, it's just a little bit, but a little bit of a breeze at this level can be a huge advantage downwind, because not only do you go faster, but you get to sail lower, so you get sort of the double win of more velocity and a better angle toward the leeward gate, the leeward mark of the finish. And you know, right now American Magic again the fastest speed on the track, although Sled's also doing well, and there we know they're far out to the other side.
But I think as much as anything for Privezza just now, it's really keeping key boats behind them, Platoon and Quantum, in terms of the overall.
You know, it's fascinating, just this view here. It's always think about the evolution of these boats. Look at the number of pedals back there behind that aft pedestal there. Or actually, it's not even the aft pedestal. It was one of the aft pedestals. I mean, the number of different winches that can be powered off one grinder, and the mechanics and the sort of engineering that goes into it. It really, it's just remarkable how that continues to evolve and what they can do with those things. And you see that. Another interesting thing you saw there with Privezza was that third pedestal in the back, which I imagine they sort of switched between the two of them. Looks like the handles are stacked there and down below. They sort of activate that pedestal as the breeze gets more and they want to move more weight back. Or they need more power.
That was a little initiative that really Platoon led with a few years back with the third pedestal, and then Privetsa seemed to have followed.
Oh, is it a weight advantage, or is it?
Yeah, it's crew weight.
Yeah, crew weight. Just
you get the crew weight right back on the boat.
There's only so many grinders you can put on these for the jives and things. I would say based on this and what we saw from American Magic earlier, there appears to be a little more velocity on that right side. Tor, any thoughts on sort of where the breeze is on this run and where teams might be getting a little bit of an advantage?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to see Quantum Racing going quite far out to the left on this run. I think, though, that our sort of 1, 2, 3, 4 are pretty set. They had a pretty significant lead. But where we'll see the place changes are maybe, the sort of 5th to 8th position. Gladiator have opted for the right-hand side of the course, and Quantum out here on the left, so we could see them making some gains out there. I think I'd never say that Terry hadn't spotted a good shift, so I reckon they could come back nicely here. Privetsa just heading out a bit further to this side of the course now, but we're actually not that far from the finish. Sled have probably got maybe 3-4 minutes out from the finish there, with Phoenix not far behind them.
There we go, the South African flag team, Phoenix, coming downwind. I think probably their best result for a good while. Certainly know that. I remember they won a race, I think in Scarlino, if I'm not wrong, and won the second to last race in Saint-Tropez. But really, they were very, very up and down Saint-Tropez. Saint-Tropez, they started with a 9, 10, 11. That really kind of...
that's going to seal your fate in a regatta.
Exactly. Well, that's the first 3 races of the season. It's kind of... it's a pretty tough start for a team which were, as I say, second overall last season. Not too far behind Quantum. Yeah, that's just the one race that they won in Saint-Tropez. And they had in fact, in the last race they sailed previous to this was in Scarlino, and in fact they were 11th. So a nice solid opening day for the Phoenix team and their new guys, with Ed Baird back as tactician, and there's me calling him a safe pair of hands.
Do you not like that? Do you not like to be called a safe pair?
I think I would take
like
that.
It was a compliment.
I would take that any day. But anyway, here goes Sled Takashi Akura's team, 2021 World Champions, coming through in first. Michele Avaldi there, just thanking the race officer.
I think we have a little battle here. I think I would say that there's been a little bit of a left shift here, favoring the boats over on the sort of the upwind right side of this run, and we'll see whether Quantum can take advantage of that, and maybe they have a fair amount of leverage over Platoon, which is all the way over here on the left side looking upwind, and we will see if there's something to be had there. But yeah, a nice wire-to-wire win for Sled. really showing what happens when you get the start right and get that first piece right, and just start first and extend.
Started kind of in the middle of the course and got off the line well, whereas the teams on either side, particularly those with Quantum and Gladiator coming off that right side, it became a little bit of a sideshow when all the action was up the middle of the course with sled. Anyway, Pravetsa coming through in third at.
Yeah, and then we're looking at Platoon pointing at us right now, and I expect we'll see Quantum Racing coming out, if we go back to that shot, coming out of the right side of the frame there. We'll see, yep, here comes Quantum Racing. Looks like they are gonna sneak past Platoon here, so a little bit of a shift there, and a nice comeback for Terry Hutchinson and Harry Melgus from 9th to 4th. Quite just what you want to see after a tough first race.
Indeed, back on what you would consider what Terry does best.
Yeah.
Just driving the team from a 6th or 7th on the first upwind. What were they?
They were 10th around this, or 9th around the first mark.
Driving them on to 4th, and correspondingly Platoon coming round in 5th. And that will hurt for Vasco.
And a good comeback here for Gladiator, who's going to end up in 6th after being 10th around the bottom mark. So. Oh, well, actually, sorry, I'm going to say that there, but it's going to be very close with Allegre there. Oh, that might be. I'll have to wait to see the call. And there's Interlodge coming in. Look, there's again, that right side paid off huge for Interlodge down that run. They picked up a couple spots.
I would have a Gladiator ahead of Allegre through that line, but here we come.
We'll see.
I think that's
going to be a value there in an Alpha Plus. A heartbreak for Alpha Plus after such a strong first two legs. Well, I guess, yeah, with the two legs and then about 9/10 of the last of the third leg. But it only takes one bad moment to really turn a race.
It was all about that not getting into the line and coming into the top mark second time up. We were 4th, and as we saw, had to duck 5 or 6 turns and tuck in at the back of the group, and ending up coming through the line in 10th. For Alpha Plus. But anyway, that race belongs to Sled. I think, wonder how that Platoon ending up 5th, so they'll have 6 points. I think Platoon will still probably be leading, or will lead the regatta after 2 races, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we have Sled on 6 points, so Platoon will be up by 1. Yeah,
Sled as well. But really, it's shaping up to be a great regatta, and as Tor pointed out, some of the teams who did well in the previous race, well down, and certainly in the early stages of it, some nice little comebacks. Stu highlighting the comeback of Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, getting themselves up to 4th through the finish line. Gladiator were also down in 10th at one point, coming up to 6th in the end. And Allegre were also down and getting up to 7th. But it's all about consistency. It's all about the long game. And these 3 race days, Stu, they're really intense. And I always think it's the most difficult point now is between race 2 and race 3, when you really need to dig deep, debrief smartly, and not dwell on the results too much if you've had a bad one.
Yeah,
keep looking forward and keeping an eye on what the breeze does, because there's no suggestion that just because it's a certain pattern through the first 2 races that it will necessarily repeat through the latter part of the day. We are presently at 4 o'clock local time, or almost 4 o'clock local time, and things change. We've seen that in Barcelona before, but anyway, it's time to rehydrate and keep the energy levels high.
That's right, Andy. So I'm wondering when the room service comes by here with our refreshments.
Indeed, we're going to just watching the French team they're going through in the background, I think.
No, that's American Magic.
Oh, is it? I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Just coming out for a quick look. So who's steering?
I'm guessing it's probably either Tom Slingsby or Paul Goodison. Would be my guess, but
really,
I'm not sure who's on the starboard helm at this stage. So
eyesight's not that great without your glasses.
No.
Anyway, let's have a quick look back to race 2 and see how it rolled.
through the start line. Well, it was all really about this starboard end of the line. Gladiator tacking off to protect against the advances of Quantum Racing, but there we saw straight off the line bow number 5, 2021 world champions Sled leading in the early part of the upwind. A good comfortable lead round the top mark. Phoenix in second, Provezza third. That was very much the shape of the race. Then coming down, remember this leeward, towards the leeward gate, then this was where Phoenix dropped the kite in the water momentarily, just lost out a little bit. Provezza got back up to second. Phoenix got a nice second beat round the top mark. Sled leading, and they were actually quite comfortable down through the second run. Race 2 win for Sled for Takakura and his Cosmopolitan team. Phoenix through in second, their best result I think since Saint-Tropez. Provezza circuit leaders through in third. So there we go. That's a quick look back at race 2. Breeze still looks reasonably solid. We should roll straight into race 3. We're going to get a chance to see the standings perhaps, hopefully, maybe even. Anyway, we do. Stu, give us your quick mathematics then. Who's leading?
I think we just discussed that. I think we're still going to have Platoon in first with 5 points, Sled in second with 6, and I think after that, my guess would be it's maybe Provezza, who had a third in that race, and I think maybe a 6th in the last race, so they might have 9.
Indeed. But it's super close, and it's great fun when we have 3 race days, because in the end, this is going to be so influential by the end of the week. But who's been most impressive to you so far, Stu?
You know, it's a tough one. I think there's a lot to look at here. When I was just watching that start, and the most interesting thing I wanted to see on that start was, where was Sled? Were they, poked out? Did they have an amazing start? And they had a good start, but it was not sort of vastly superior to the boats around them. They were right in the middle. They had room on either side of them. They didn't have a lot of boat below them or a boat above them, sort of making life difficult. And then they were able to obviously turn on the jets and find the right shifts. So,
and one of the keys, I think, it's always this kind of equation for your owner driver versus the pro driver. The pro driver, either in the case of Guichet, can be deciding in his instance where he wants to start, and he delivers the start. Same to a greater or lesser degree with John Cutler, whereas with Sled, it's very much managing the owner and the position, and it's down to him to get the final few seconds. But and so that's a difficult part of the equation, and that really was, for me, was what was impressive there about the Sled start. Correspondingly, again, you see with Interlodge where you have Cameron Appleton managing or going for a low risk start at the pin end of the line with Interlodge. It's fascinating, and really we'll look forward to seeing what happens through in the next race. Again, the same case or it's a slightly different case, because Harmuller Spear I would put a cut above as an owner driver, and you'll hear that from his team. He needs very little input from the team in terms of steering the boat fast and the manoeuvres, and that's why he's a double world champion and of course winner of the Royal Cup. And I think probably contenders are marking themselves out as contenders here. But hopefully we can get a look at the regatta standings after 2 races, perhaps. But it's going to be interesting to see how this third race plays out. We'll say the breeze is fairly steady. And there we go. Platoon then 6 points. Sled on 7 points. Provezza on 8. Phoenix on 9. Gladiator 9. Allegra 9. Then a 3-point jump back to Quantum Racing Powered by American Magic on 12. Value 13, Interlodge 17, and Alpha Plus, unfortunately, having that pair of 10s for 20 points. So really all to play for, just a few points in it. And look at that, 3 teams on 9 points, Phoenix, Gladiator and Allegra. So I think we'll take a little bit of a break. We should roll into the third race of the day in a few minutes. Join us again, and let's do it all again.
Well, there we are, 2 races in, 2 different winners so far, with Platoon there and Sled winning the second race. We're going into the third race. We're just heading into the warning signal. Breeze is still reasonably solid, 9 knots still on the start line, and we're looking forward to getting this third race through. But we're one of the big things always in the DNA for the 52 Super Series is sustainability. It's a big project that's ongoing for the circuit and all the teams involved. It started off as an initiative that we were very much driving with the teams. Now it's run by our ambassadors, and one of the things we've done here is we've had this underwater clean-up with our local diving club, which we brought on board, and they went out a couple of days ago up the beach and are just basically looking to see what was in the water. That's terms of, or what their report was, a lot of microplastics. This is obviously a very busy city beach, hundreds if not thousands of people on the beach every day. And also it's prone to flooding during the winter and spring months when we have big outflows into the water. And so this is our local diving club going down, seeing what's on the seabed, and did a little bit of a clean up, brought in some fishing lines and various different plastics, and they're saying sanitary products are a big problem, particularly when we have these overfalls. But this is an initiative that we're trying to do more and more. We did one in Menorca, and we'll be doing a beach cleanup in the next couple of days. And of course, as I said, this is such a busy beach, and just seems that the discipline is not there for people to take their rubbish home with them. And so we'll hopefully
we'll obviously try and clean up as best we can, but hopefully the message gets home that it's not acceptable to leave rubbish on the beach. And of course the city here do a good job looking after it, but all credit to our diving club for helping us out with their sustainability programme. So anyway, looking at the start line for race 3, we're inside 5 minutes. Tor, how's it looking?
Hi Andy, yes, it's looking great for the third race of the day. We've got a nice breeze. I think it's building again. You know, the kind of forecast was for it to build throughout the day. I can see some little white caps on the waves just coming down the track here. Looks like Maria's set a similar line, a little bit pin end bias. But yeah, it was interesting in that last race. It wasn't necessarily the right that was the sort of main thing about that race. People were making gains on the left-hand side of the course, and Gladiator, I mean, that was the big one. They came back from 10th and slotted in about 6th or 7th and made some really nice gains on the left-hand side of the race course. So yeah, lots to think about for these tacticians and navigators. They've kind of settled into this racetrack now. The top mark's at the same sort of range and bearing, and yeah, it'll be all on for this race. Interestingly, Gladiator sort of at the opposite end of the line for this race, which we've not seen in a while at the moment, and it's Preveza furthest right at the moment with Vayu and Quantum Racing. Platoon or edging to that side of the line as well. I envisage them starting to come back in the next minute or so.
So for sure, Preveza looking towards this committee boat end of the line by the looks of things.
Really deep here. Well, all these teams setting up very deep away from the starting line and giving themselves quite a bit of runway to sort of ramp up and get the boats going. And even these boats, which do accelerate well, they don't appear to want to take any sort of chances with close quarters or last-second maneuvering. They all want to give themselves a lot of room to rumble.
But that is actually slightly different to what we might often see. Quite often a little bit closer, but I think it's all about trying to get positioned in the fleet and hold it. Looking,
yeah, I mean,
how Phoenix are setting up, for example, staying forward, and obviously Ed Baird, match racing world champion many times over, America's Cup winning helmsman.
A little bit more bunched up than we saw in the last race. Last race seemed like everyone had sort of picked their lane, and it was just a matter of sort of you were within your own boat a little bit, getting your time and distance. We can see right now, you see Phoenix in there luffing the main, trying to work themselves into a position right below Platoon there, and then below them is another group of 4 or 5 boats. Not all those boats are going to get off the line in the position they want when they're that close. You know, only a couple of those boats will escape with a good start.
Let's watch how Quantum set up. They have Preveza to weather, closing the door on them as much as possible, trying to protect the position towards the committee boat end of the line. But Value coming in late and high. It's a little bit high risk. Meantime, we have Platoon just tacking up, getting themselves a nice lane, a nice bit of open water. They have a sled to weather of them.
Is that interlock poking themselves out down below? They're going to be, here they go, they're putting the bow down. So
Phoenix lining up quite nicely, I think. They have boat just below them, can't quite see who it is, but the gun goes. A good start from Preveza, I think. Quantum, the best start we've seen for a while, certainly so far this regatta.
Yeah, and right below Quantum is that sled right below Quantum there. I can't quite see.
That's right, but sled, I think we're just about back.
They're going to have some work to do to get out of that position. But you can see that's about as even as you can get off the line there.
Good start from Gladiator towards the pit end of the line. The leg rig going well. Gladiator moving well off the line. Probably got the best speed. That's half the battle, or more than half the battle, is coming off the line with speed. Just look how Gladiator are moving forwards. Platoon are moving forwards. Same does apply, I think, with Gladiator. You can see the black bow furthest to the left. Value in a nice position, but not quite getting the pace off the line.
Value, they're just not able to hold there on Provezza's hip. So in this 10-boat fleet, you can't spend a lot of time sailing in bad air, especially this soon after the start. So and you can see Alpha Plus coming across, taking a lot of transoms there. That's a tough way to start this race. And then Provezza's going to tack on him to add a little bit of insult to injury here.
So Tor, how does it look where you are?
Well, that was a photographer's dream, that start. Really, really close, all 10 boats right on the line. Yeah, really lovely start from Quantum, Platoon and Gladiator, I'd say, had the best start there. Teams are just starting to peel off to the right here. Obviously, you said that Bayou had been struggling on Provezza's hip there, but obviously Provezza wanted to come over to the right-hand side of the course as well. They just went a few more boat lengths and then attacked and started coming over here too. And then naturally, as we see when the door starts to open for the other teams, they're just starting to tack over. So obviously the right-hand side is favoured by quite a few of the tacticians still on this side of the race course, but the left Gladiator seem like they're still going for a chip of that left side of the course. I think they probably could tack and cross Allegri. Oh, maybe not actually. Maybe that's why they're kind of staying over there. It's going to be really, really hard to find a lane and fight for that clean air after such a close start.
A little bit of an update from the Allegri team. It's actually Will Ryan who's steering this third race. Andy Soriano's sitting this one out. It's been a long, very hot day. So Will is taking over the steering that is allowed in the notice of race.
It's a long time to spend staring at the telltales. Yeah. I mean, it's tough on anybody.
So reshuffle there, indeed, just seeing that Olympic champion in the 470. Nick Asher then working as tactician without the support of the strategist, but I don't imagine that'll make too much of a difference. They seem to have got off the line quite nicely. Gladiator going way out to the left side, looking upwind. In fact, Allegri looking quite nice in that shot. Platoon just back on Provezza. Quantum also pretty good. They had a pretty decent start, Stu, didn't they?
Yeah, I think it worked out for them. I mean, last time around, of course, they tacked inside of 30 seconds. Never a good spot to be in. Then had to wiggle to get past the committee boat, and they eventually won the battle with Gladiator, but in doing so, sailed out to the wrong side of the course. So here they come off the line with the freedom to make the call where they want to go, and appears they sort of have been able to pick when they want to attack, and the boat seems to be going well. But this is a classic drag race right now. Pretty much the all 10 boats lined up on port tack, all within 100 meters of each other, which really means it's all to play for in this first beat.
Not really unsurprising considering how compact they were coming off the start line. There's really not that much difference now, even 5 or 6 minutes into the race. Still super close, as Stu said, less than 100 meters between first and 10th. Pretty much all lined up on the same line. Gladiator furthest offshore.
Yeah, and you have Value down here at the farthest right with Provezza. Currently the Provezza is the lead, but as we know, a slight wind shift, a slight puff can basically invert these standings. The top 7 boats within 50 meters, that's 2 lengths. That's going to make for a crowded mark rounding if that holds up.
Platoon and Sled side by side. The top 2 boats so far. Platoon leading the regatta lead by just a single point. Phoenix, Gladiator and Allegra all 4th, 5th and 6th, all on 9 points. But I think Privet's sailing with a lot of confidence. And I think it was Simon Fry saying in her interview yesterday, saying that really they came out as the boat to beat in Saint-Tropez, and they've pretty much been there or thereabouts all the time. Quantum then in 3rd.
Remarkable to see sort of the uniformity here. I mean, after a race that was particularly shifty and a race where we saw numerous passing lanes, numerous passes done by people sort of deviating from the pack, we've got everyone going the same direction for a large, at the same speed, right? For a large portion of this beat, which you know, a rare consensus for a day where it's seemed to be pretty shifty. Tony Langley's Gladiator still waiting for that left side to work out for him here. Still waiting for either probably a little bit of a left shift. When we're over onboard Gladiator right now, they have a little bit of leverage. They have what they need if the wind comes their way. But if it doesn't, it's maybe a little painful later in this leg.
Certainly you'd like Privet's position in that lineup just now. As George said, the breeze has stayed in quite nicely, considering we're now at 4:30 local time.
At some point, Privet's is going to have to figure out how they want to get back, across here and find a time, because, being that close to some of these boats, they're just, a handful of meters in front of Value, a boat length in front of American Magic. When you tack, you're putting yourself in a position where these boats may be able to, compromise your thing. So do you wait to the ley line, wait for them to go? Do you go a little early, knowing that someone may tack on you? That's the discussion I'm sure that's going on right now with Hamish Pepper and John Cutler and the team on Privet's.
Nice shot there with Value, with Don Whitcraft steering. I was going to say one of the youngest helms in the fleet, but of course that honour goes to Harry Melgis at 22. Don is doing a 49er program for the Olympics, just come back from the World Championships in The Hague.
That's some solid preparation for racing TP52s, I think.
I think it cuts both ways. The other sailor who's in that program, if you like, is Cian Guilfoyle on sled. Their grinder's a Irish 49er sailor.
And he's a grinder. It's quite interesting. I didn't quite see that muscle mass on the 49ers. Multi-dimensional athlete.
Like myself.
And with that,
indeed. Anyway, look, we're seeing Quantum Racing potentially leading for the first time this regatta.
They did seem to have the boat moving better that last race. Getting a little bit of confidence. We know I think as confident as any young person can be, still coming in here at 22 as Harry Melgus is.
No, and I say
you want to see some good results.
And I say, as we saw from the interview with Nico Sanfelice, the young Italian navigator, he was also pretty nervous coming into this lineup.
We've got a good cross here coming up, Provezza and Quantum. Oh, and here we go. You can see Provezza do a little bit of, appeared to do maybe a little bit of a dial down there to make it a little more painful on Quantum to duck. Quantum going past them.
But really, there's nothing in it, is there? On this side of the course, you know, watching Sled coming back, Platoon,
yeah, so
attacking inland, just exactly as you were saying. It's really how do Provezza play that, and this is you're finding out they have Sled inside them, and Platoon attacking inside them as well.
Could seem to have put themselves in a fairly strong position here, though. Although it depends on who is on ley line and who isn't. It's hard to get a feel for that at this stage.
On board with Platoon, we see. So Platoon really just to leeward of Provezza.
And here comes another boat into the picture here as well.
Allegra, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's exactly right. They appear to be in a very strong position here, but Vasco bouncing around a little bit. Must mean things are getting exciting.
A little bit too much excess energy drinks. Well, it seems to be always changing, doesn't it? Yeah. Every time you look back at the screen, something else has happened. But we're seeing potentially the left coming in strong, as Stu alluded to earlier on. Gladiator potentially making a little bit of a gain out to that left side. Quick tack from Platoon.
Do we think Quantum's tracker has gone wrong, or do we think they really are all of a sudden in the back of the pack there?
No, I think there may be a little bit. There seems to be some different delays from the trackers coming off the water at times. But we're on board with Platoon and Allegra.
No, that's a value right there.
A value, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, in a very strong position. There's Quantum racing right back in it.
Hard to see. Let's see what happens from this left side. But
well, Tor, the tracker is giving us the sense the left is really coming in strong here. Is that what you're seeing out in the water?
4 or 5 minutes, we did have like quite a nice lift on the left, and actually Provezza and Sled and Allegre, they kind of struggled a little bit there. It's amazing to see the gains that Gladiator obviously made out there on that left. They did have a really nice start and banged that corner hard, and yeah, they must have seen something. The breeze is up a little bit at times actually, so there's a chance that they got a little bit more breeze out there on that left-hand side as well. But yeah, looking like it's coming in strong. Interlodge and Alpha Plus are still over on the left-hand side of the course, so it could come good for them too. Phoenix just heading over as well, but it's going to be so close up this top half of this beat. There's been a bit of bouncing around between Vayu and Provezza and Platoon and Quantum, really close boat stuff. So wow, I mean, it looks difficult. It's not going to be easy for anyone coming up here. Gladiator have a nice run in. I think they're just about laying. Vayu definitely laying up here too. Phoenix are now coming in, but ducking behind Sled and Gladiator, but really close to them as well. Be hard to tell who's going to come out on top at this top mark, and we're only about a minute away.
I mean, even if Allegri could lay from where they are, they don't look to be too far away. But very close. But I mean, a few minutes ago we were just saying how well Quantum and Platoon and Provezza were going. Provezza actually coming back, or best out of that group.
Interlodge going to struggle, I think, to come in from there, although they're positioned 5th on the tracker. Coming into this lineup of starboard tack boats. Big question to say is whether Allegra can squeeze up and get round.
If that picture's accurate, it looks like they're on ley line here. I can see that yellow mark up in front of them. So, although is that the offset mark we're looking at? Hard to can't remember. I don't know. Well, I think they're just there. So, looks like they've got some work to do, but very close.
It's always, you're just seeing that whether they...
Big blow for Platoon there. They're just doing some turns. I think they had a penalty, maybe with Quantum Racing at the back there. Just spotted them doing turns, so I think that will put them right to the back of the pack. And yeah, really bad news for the race 3 of this World Championship, with them topping the table at the moment.
They're just watching Interlodge trying to find a spot there, taking a couple of sterns, but nice work here on board the Allegra, just trying to get up inside.
Yeah, that is some impressive work, especially
Gladiator.
as Gladiator comes down on top of them. I mean,
we were just watching that just before this happened with Platoon. We were just seeing the balance for Gladiator, how much they could afford to come down and try and squeeze down, and it's really precision stuff. The Gladiator have done the work. Really, they should get round ahead. Also good work from Allegra. Allegra round in second.
Allegra's got to pick up some speed here, though. They're
just seeing the current causing some problems.
The Allegra just a little bit slowed relative to Vayu. Good work from Provezza, though, to get round in 4th.
We've got at least 2 boats here that did not make it and spinning out, huh?
Yeah. Like one of them being Phoenix.
And Sled being the other one. So right now the 2 Regatta leaders are going to probably round 9 and 10 in this race.
Well, 8, 9, 10 probably, because you've got Platoon back there as well.
Well, aren't they the Regatta leader?
So this has to be to the good of Provezza then.
Yeah, there we go. So how it all changes one race to the next here. Platoon
exactly, just in a few minutes.
9th and 10th. Oh, sorry, 10th and 9th. 9th and 10th, sorry, around the weather mark here, and you know, with quite a bit of distance to make up to get back to the middle of the fleet here.
So obviously that happening, but credit to Provezza. Provezza have come out of that not too badly at all in terms of this race, lying 4th, but again all the time putting points potentially on the main rivals, Platoon and Quantum. But also credit to Gladiator, as they came off the line, went left. Interesting, isn't it? They made the 2 big calls of the day off that first race and the 3rd race, and they appear to have worked for them. 6th in that previous race, so. However, plenty more left in this race. We're only on the first run.
This is the tightest it's been at the top of the race here, right?
No, for sure, yeah.
First two races, the leader was able to get around with 100 meters or so at that first mark, and then just really extend from there. And now we look like we have 4 boats up here. Provezza in a strong position here, all a little bit to leeward, you know, maybe in the situation to jump anyone that jibes.
You can just hear trimmer Andy Hemmings communicating with the helmsman Will Ryan. Nick Asher there sitting to leeward.
Looks like Provezza has jogged away, actually.
indeed. That's a jibe off. Breeze looks quite light. It's just so difficult to say when we're on board coming downwind.
Well, I think absolutely. I mean, again, people are forward, really far forward, right?
Yeah.
You look at that, and then there's no white caps out there. We've seen some puffs. There's been moments when it appears like it might be building, but I think we're still sort of in the sub 10 knot range here.
Mm-hmm. However, I think at this stage we're just looking to get 3 good races away today, bearing in mind what we've seen the first couple of days. Anyway, that's that split. Allegri in the middle, Gladiator out to the right. Provezza with the other Parada brother, Colle. Mariano Colle Parada calling strategy along with Hamish Pepper, tactician on Provezza.
Alpha Plus rebounding from heartbreak of last race, put themselves again in a position to play. Right?
Indeed.
See what they can do. I can see a few white caps there, so maybe it is still.
It's hard to say, isn't it, really? So you get this impression because you're going downwind. Just looking at the crew dynamics there.
Yeah, just constantly pumping that mainsail, trying to work the waves. It's not easy to pump a main that size, right? It's not a laser main. It takes a little bit of timing and some power. Sled and Platoon half a kilometer behind. They got some work to do if they want to.
It's amazing, isn't it? We're just no sooner were we saying coming up that beat how tight and how compact it was. Suddenly everything changes.
Well, it's interesting to hear what the judges have to say about the situation there between Quantum Racing and Platoon and why Platoon got that. Platoon was to leeward. We didn't have the video on, but the tracker looked like there was some sort of maneuvering around, shall we say, as boats were coming on there. Maybe, Platoon trying to head up and luff a little bit or something. Whatever they did, it got themselves in some trouble, and probably a decision they'll regret.
Just at the point where we were saying earlier in the day, it must have been that they'd ironed out their inconsistencies in terms of penalties. And that was really what worked for them as much as anything, and they sailed super clean in Menorca.
Look at this comeback for Platoon here, right? I mean, they're not that far behind American Quantum Racing, American Magic. They're back in the race. And again, this is probably the 3rd or 4th run in a row that someone has played that upwind looking right side or the left side looking downwind, the near shore side of the course, and has come out strong for it.
But it's interesting because that was where we imagined there would be less current, or where we're told the
American Magic foiling, about to go into a jibe here. Oh, here we are. We're going to pair of AC40s out there. American Magic match racing practice. Well, there's our leader, Gladiator. Provezza in second. Tracker says just a boat length or two between them. If you're Tony Langley, you've got to sort of figure out which mark you want to go around and where you want to go. Do you go back to the left and try your luck there again? It's worked 2 legs in a row for him, or do you maybe play a little more conservatively and stay on top?
I think you maybe play a little bit more conservatively and just keep try and keep the fleet under wraps.
Yeah, well, especially when you look behind you and you see that the Platoon's in 8th currently, Sled's in 10th. Those are the 2 boats that are leading the regatta. you know that if you have a good race here, you're going to be
completely. And again, we're
right up there.
we're also talking about. I mean, there's lots of things going on in play there because.
Yeah, here come. So now we're basically bow to bow on these two guys. So Prvezza with the starboard advantage. Staysail's been put away. Jibs are going up. They're all getting ready for the roundings. I'll give the advantage here to Prvezza. Looks like that left shift has come in again on the second half of the run. We saw that American Magic play that to its advantage the last race. It appears like it's come in again. Prvezza picking the near shore gate here, right? Making a left turn, head up wind, go to the right side for now. They'll be in front by, well, it looks like a couple of boat lengths actually.
Sure. And they're pretty much settled in going upwind before Gladiator get round the mark.
Yeah.
Same kind of split with the second pair. Vayu going to the right-hand mark.
Oh, that's a sharp turn by Vayu. That might hurt.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually, sorry, that's a leg right. That was not Vayu.
Yeah. It's just the kind of inexperience driving the TP52 on the part of Will Ryan.
Interlodge with a nice comeback there, rounding inside American Magic. Boy, you got basically 4 boats going around the mark overlap. Go ahead, Tor.
Yeah, that was a penalty for Interlodge there. I think they took some room when they weren't really owed it. I'm just waiting to hear from the umpire there. Got a red flag there. Yeah, red flag for Interlodge. They're just going into their spins there.
Looks like I see Gwen Fragman on the back there as well. Nice to see a husband and wife racing together.
Fantastic. Even if they're having to do some turns, but they were dropped a couple of places there. But Prvezza now, I think, extending a little bit ahead of Gladiator. Of course, that left side worked well for Gladiator on the first beat. Prvezza have kind of left them to it. Prvezza certainly quicker on the inshore right-hand lane looking upwind.
Two teams that seem very confident in their side choices for this beat because neither one is willing to sort of compromise, come back to the middle and play a little defense, consolidate. It's they're both pinning it out to the corner.
But I think certainly looking at Prvezza just now, they look pretty good there. It's interesting because you have the two brothers, the Parada, Guillermo steering Gladiator and Colle on Prvezza. And I'm sure if Guiche would be wanting anyone else but Gladiator to win the circuit, it was for sure Prvezza.
Well, Gladiator the first to blink here, coming back. Might be a sign that maybe the Prvezza's choice is going to work out for him, but we still got a while before we know that for sure.
Indeed. But what I'm saying is that, you know, with the two of them, with these other their main rivals quite far back in the fleet, Platoon and Quantum,
Well, that's it too.
It's really, you don't want to get into a match race for first and second. You've got a certain confidence that both sides are within reason, almost equal, then there's no point in battling each other up the second beat.
No, but if you are Preveza, why? You know, you think you might be a little bit more in the center there, right? I mean, you are currently the right-hand most boat, which, you know, puts yourself at risk if the breeze goes the other way. And you've had such a good race so far, and really a good start to the series. You know, here's a chance to consolidate both the World Championship lead and your overall series lead.
Question for Hamish Pepper. But yeah. Anyway, Alpha Plus still hanging in there nicely in mid-fleet. Sled trying to find something out on that left side.
Platoon appears to be working itself back, but long road from that.
It's pretty close between Gladiator and Allegri, according to the tracker. Nothing much in it. On board with Allegri, seem to have nice breeze off to the left.
After a pretty quiet first two races, the judges have been fairly active this race.
Indeed. So Will Ryan seeming to be doing a pretty decent job on the helm of Allegri. Just eking out a few centimetres on value. So I think the little match continuing in the middle of the fleet between Platoon and Quantum. No love lost there for the meantime.
At this stage, I don't think if you're 6th and 7th, you can afford to really engage in a match race.
No. But
you've got to focus on the bigger picture here.
Yeah.
But you know, that said, if Terry Hutchinson can tack here and put Platoon in an awkward spot, I am sure he would be more than happy to.
They're side by side, and to see Quantum there to leeward. Tor, what are you seeing where you are?
Well, we just had a really nice left shift on the right-hand side of the course here. I think Preveza made really good use of that, and then obviously it's just maybe gone back a bit with them all, Allegri and Preveza deciding to tack at the same time. I'm not sure how Gladiator are doing out on that left-hand side of the course. Looks like they probably lost a little bit more to Preveza, but yeah, really impressed with our current 52 Super Series Regatta leaders in this race. They've they've done a really, really nice job. I got a little bit of fun for you. You were talking earlier about who would be driving those American Magic AC40s. Well, I think we know why they've been zipping around now. It's actually Doug DeVos that's driving one of the AC40s. So he's obviously coming in to check out how his team are doing on the 52 course. But that's pretty cool, isn't it?
It does. I think you're entitled to drive as the owner from time to time.
Might have been why he was smiling so broad this morning when I saw him. Here we go. So top three boats here, right? Preveza in first. Gladiator looks like they're able to consolidate into second, although, and then Allegre in third.
So we're on the second beat, race 3 at the Rolex TP52 World Championship here in Barcelona. We're on board with Gladiator, which lies in second place. Preveza, the circuit leaders, have moved clear of Gladiator on this second upwind.
It's been quite the roller coaster for Gladiator today. I mean, the results will be, they'll come off the day happy about the results, but they have really had to work for it. I mean, pushing themselves out to the corners of the course at times, occasionally in tough spots, but when it's counted at the finish, they've been where they need to be.
Indeed.
So through 2 races, and then it look like they're setting up for a solid finish here. Seeing some generally higher upwind speeds here by, 2, 3, 4 tenths of a knot. It means the breeze suspects it's up. We'll see how it plays out in this run.
We'll do a 4th race. No, I think 3 is plenty, and but it does give you a flavour of what we're facing again tomorrow. And say it's all about energy management. Getting through the day, making sure the energy remains the same from race 1 to 2 to 3. Gladiator just tacking up. I have a feeling that Phoenix are getting themselves back into this race progressively.
Well, Platoon as well. Even Sled appears to be Alpha Plus, if that's to be believed, is once again finding a way to
go from mid-fleet to the back of the fleet, but it's changing, seems to be changing all the time. Certainly Preveza have been super consistent through this race. Leaving the battle, as it were, to Gladiator and Allegre. Fayu, I think 3rd or 4th all the way around the course. They were 3rd at the top mark. Preveza were 4th.
Well, interesting. We've had 3 races now. We're 3/4 of the way through the 3rd race, and each race has had a different team who really seems to have nailed it in their setup, right? Just proven, seem to be just faster and smoother through the water. And the conditions haven't changed all that much. I mean, maybe a little bit here or there, but you know, the sort of, I don't want to say the margin for error, but really getting these boats dialed in perfectly is a challenge, and it changes from race to race.
And certainly Provezza don't seem to put a foot wrong on this second upwind. We've extended platoon out on that left side, or coming in from our right of picture, left of the upwind. And we've seen the left pay in the top third of this beat, but great shots then with Provezza as they come round the windward mark, final windward mark off the day.
Look at those. I mean, we have this lineup there, and then you have those three boats back here, all of whom are going to sort of.
They seem to be heading, didn't they?
Yeah, and they're trying to figure out a way. They're just going to battle each other and probably find themselves.
Horrible. But anyway, looks like Provezza just at the offset mark as Gladiator come round the top mark. Allegra coming round in third. Be pretty decent for day for Allegra, doing 3-2-3, although.
Well, here we have platoon coming in. Watch how this ley line sets up. They're going to have a hard time finding a hole here, and they're going to end up ducking here. Oh, that is a narrow hole they're trying to squeeze through there.
Yeah, but it's quantum, so
you could say.
The key thing is now they're coming back together at the approach to the
Alpha,
the windward mark.
Look at that Alpha Plus pulling it out there.
Yeah.
Holding position in fifth. Phoenix going from 9th to 6th. Nice comeback for them. Quantum looks like they'll get right around in front of platoon here. And Sled and Interlodge still suffering after that foul with the leeward mark. Uh-oh, looks like Quantum. It looks like Quantum did get flagged for that cross. I mean, sorry, platoon.
Yeah.
Wait. What is? Maybe they did. You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
No, I think they are. I think they're doing their turns now.
But yeah, but they just tacked and then tacked back.
Did you see Tor where there was a flag for platoon?
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a flag for the platoon. Just in that cross there, I don't think they actually really had an option. They didn't have the space to sit behind Quantum, and yeah, that Quantum just had to definitely avoid action there. But I don't think they did their full turns. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what comes from that one.
They didn't do any turns. They just tacked, went head to wind, and then bore back down bore way back on starboard.
This one for the umpires after the race, but yeah, regatta leaders before this race were the first and the fifth, dropping to ninth. 2 penalties in the one race. Anyway, looking good for Provezza and Gladiator.
And Allegra.
And Allegra, you know.
Under the radar, solid day.
Yeah, 3-2-3. So looking back at this cross.
Yeah. So you can see they're crossing right there behind Alpha Plus, I believe. And then Quantum Racing put the bow down. That's where there must have been the foul.
There we go down this final run of the day. Preveza leading with a win which should, as I say, take them to the top of the regatta standings. So as I said, Preveza really sailing with a lot of confidence as well as speed and sailing smart. Great team spirit on board. Really the past few seasons, they really have had their ups and downs at times. They've proven themselves capable of winning regattas in previous seasons. And it was said a few times over the course of their regatta wins this season is a team which was under threat for Ergen Emery stopping in the middle of last season. That was very much the message that was conveyed to the team, and then they came back strong for the last 2 regattas of the season. I think they're one of the best scoring boats in the last couple of regattas, and changed things through the winter. Made this new keel fin.
No question, sailing with a lot of confidence. Once again, unafraid to let people go. Confident in how they're seeing the wind, where they want to place the boat. Gladiator has jibed away back toward the center of the course on port tack, and Preveza is still going out. Happy to let Gladiator go.
The other key addition to the team on Preveza is Grant Loret's coming on as one of the principal trimmers, and who really looks after the sail program, the new designer. So Gladiator going well down this this final run, no?
Sorry, who?
Gladiator, I think, seems to be going pretty good.
Seem to be sort of holding at about 150 meters behind.
Yeah.
Haven't sort of given up much or gained too much. They, leg raise may be in a position to strike here. But right now you look at Gladiator, they look like they may have either a little more pressure or sailing a little lower, but they do have a pretty good angle at the moment. Gladiator pulling into a jibe here. We'll see as they cross back behind Preveza. I'm telling you, Andy, appear to be right there. Gladiator seems to have pulled back 3 or 4 lengths right now, closing within 100 meters of Prvezza, so found a little something over there. Maybe Prvezza didn't get, and cross here in front of a leg race, so consolidate their second place and then maybe look for an opportunity to attack the leader if they get a little closer. I think really they seem to have made the right call here, because that lead is going down quickly.
And just a little bit of a shift. Tor, what are you seeing? Presumably you're up with the leaders.
Yeah, again, we're just seeing on the right-hand side of the course, well, left hand coming downwind that paid in the last race, and I think the one before. And there's just a little puff, I think a better shift, and everyone seems to be a bit more powered up on this side of the course. On the other side, where Platoon and Alpha Plus and Quantum Racing, American Magic are, there just seems a little bit lighter, and there's definitely something going on over here. Not or two more breeze at the moment, and Gladiator really took advantage of that. Allegri are in it now, and as are Phoenix, and I think we'll see them doing well on the teams on the other side of the course there.
Yeah, Gladiator closing in, Tor, not sure they have enough runway to get out in front. I mean, they've have the lead, if not taken more of it, taken 60% of it away over the last minute. But as we just saw them passing the gate mark, which means the finish isn't far away, and expect this will be not enough space for them to catch up.
Yeah, they're definitely not that far away from the finish, and I think that's our first and second place consolidated. I think Allegri have the third place in the bag as well. So yeah, it's going to be those important 4th, 5th, 6th places that are still up for grabs.
Yeah, there we can see the finish line coming into view there on the screen. Looks like Gladiator might have one more jibe in it, but Prvezza is going to put the bow down across the finish here to win race 3 and take the overall lead so far.
Indeed, and the circuit leaders never won the World Championship title in their long history with the 52 Super Series. Gladiator just completing their final jibe to come through in second. Allegri coming in with pace, but Tony Langley's team will just slide through the line for second place. Their second place of the day. They're doing 2:72 for the day. They have to be pretty happy with that. They'll lie second place on 11 points. And Allegri come through with third. They'll go 12 points. 2:62 wasn't it for Allegri? Sorry, 3:62 for Allegri for the day.
And this is going to be a Value coming in here with a very solid 4th place. They had to, I think, sort of fight off challengers over the last 3 legs, people looking to come in and snipe that spot.
Indeed.
And then Alpha Plus with a 5th. They're going to be very happy with that.
Indeed, particularly after the previous race when they were 5th and I think ended up.
And looks like, well, here we go. And then Quantum Racing, it looks like they may just get in here. They're going to potentially have a port starboard situation. But I think they're going to be inside the 3 lengths and get through these guys. So that's Phoenix coming in there. Then Quantum Racing. Looks like Sled. Whoa. Taking it late there. Just get around there. Platoon and then Interlodge unable to recover after that leeward mark foul.
So long but profitable day on the water. Vasco not happy, as you might imagine, but 2 penalties in that race. Going over to have a further discussion with Quantum perhaps, but no doubting who the stars of day 1 are. Prvezza taking over the Regatta lead on day 1 with their win in that 3rd race of the day. Gladiator going 2:72 for the day, will be 2nd overall in Allegri 3:63 going for 3rd. So Bravo flag has been displayed over steering Maria saying so, no Results should be standing as of now. Stu, tell me.
Well, I'm seeing Gladiator here with a 5th in that second race, but I'm wondering if we have to. Not sure.
Yeah, there seems to be some discrepancy in the results that are on the website.
You know what? Those were the finishes that were very close. I remember that. So we need to. They may be calling it different than what we saw here.
Yeah, that was when it was Gladiator and Allegri coming through the line together, wasn't it? The previous race.
And Platoon coming through. They're all about the same time. So
what's our takeaways from the day then, Stu?
Well, I think we just saw just how tight and competitive this fleet is, where we had 3 races and 3 boats that really looked like the class of the fleet in each of those races. 3 different boats. Right? Yeah. It wasn't like we went from light air to heavy air or something like that, where you would expect to see sort of different boats come to the fore. It was pretty much the same conditions all the way through. Boats were, sort of in their lighter jibs and spinnakers, and just. So whatever the setups were, the strategy calls were really working for one particular boat each race. I also impressed with Gladiator and Tony Langley making some courageous calls out there to separate from the fleet, and it came good for him a couple of times.
Yeah, race
salvaged what could have been a pretty dismal day with some bold decision making.
272, but that middle race didn't quite play out for them. But that first race was theirs to win at one point. Certainly coming off the start line, they just missed out to Platoon in the end. But and a really bit of an up and down day for Sled, going 6-1, and I think what did they get? 9 or 10 in the second race.
I have them 8th in that second.
All right, sorry,
in the third race.
Yeah,
8th in the third race with. Platoon 9th and Air Lodge 10th, but obviously those are unofficial results. We'll wait for the official tally from the.
Just quick on board there with Allegri, a pretty solid day for them. Obviously unsettling to have to make that change with Will Ryan coming on, but he seemed to do a pretty solid job. So there we go, the Rolex TP52 World Championships standings after 3 races and a long day. Preveza leading on 9 points, Gladiator on 11, Allegri on 12. Platoon on 15. It could have been so much better for them today, leading after race 2. Sled then in 5th on 15 points, also in 15 Phoenix. Value coming with 2/4 today, ending up in 7th though, thanks to that 9th in the middle race. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic 847 coming away in 8th. Alpha Plus in 9th, and Interlodge ending up in 10th. No thanks to that penalty in that third race. So circuit standings looking increasingly good for Preveza, who have actually opened out their lead since the start of the day. Looking very good for them now with a 25-point lead after day 1 here in Barcelona. Platoon in 2nd, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic in 3rd, Gladiator closing up to Quantum all the time in 4th, and really have the impetus. Sled in 5th, Allegra 6th, Bayou 7th, Interlodge in 8th, Paprec, who are unfortunately not with us this week, in 9th, Phoenix, who missed out in the last regatta in Menorca, and Alpha Plus, our new team this season, in 11th just now. So that's the circuit standings. Still looking really good for Preveza in the big picture.
Looking even better, right?
Indeed. Let's have a quick look at the replay of this race 3. Well, off the start line, it was super even, super close. Stu, talk to us.
Well, we just said thanks for the warning there, Andy. Appreciate that. Yeah, we had all boats lined up here, and then they came out. They all tacked over onto port. We had a long drag race on port, and then we got toward the end, and it seemed to get a little bit mixed up. A very close racing. Gladiator, I believe, came out of the left, right, to come in and get around first, followed by Allegre, Vayu, and then Preveza down the run. Preveza really showed their speed, took control of the race, went over to the right side of the course, and really backed themselves in their calls and just went out to that right corner and made it work. And here they are coming around with a lead around that top mark and then all the way into the finish. Gladiator holds on for 2nd. Allegre, Will Ryan steals Allegre to 3rd, and then Vayu has a solid 4th place, which it was. They were probably in that sort of precarious spot where a lot of people were aiming at them and thought they maybe had a chance to take that spot away from them, so they had to hold it off.
Indeed, so good work for the Preveza team today in particular, but it's going to be a long 3 days really, with a three race day today, 3 race day tomorrow, and really it's all about keeping your momentum through the day, trying not to let the mistakes of the previous race weigh on you, and look forward positively, isn't it?
Yeah, there's that, and you know, we saw a little bit of that. We saw some teams struggle a little bit today, make some mistakes, and come back. We also saw some teams that seem to be on fire and unstoppable, and then struggle. And I think that just shows you the margin for error of this fleet is so thin. You know,
That's right.
Just a little mistake here, you know, trying across or trying to get some room at the mark at the wrong time, and you know, you really can't afford a penalty in this fleet. You know,
no, I mean,
two circles is basically almost a guaranteed last place.
That's right. I mean, I think that's one of the takeaways from today with Platoon. Platoon really were on the march after Menorca, and that's really been an expensive day for them in terms of their challenge for the circuit title in particular, when they really needed to keep that momentum going. Anyway, a 3-race day, Preveza coming out on top. Lots to talk about. Join us again tomorrow here in Barcelona for our second day of racing. Again, it should be, hopefully, fingers crossed, a 3-race day. 2 races on Saturday. Stay with us all the way through the Rolex TP52 World Championship.